Brissette,
Here.
Councilmember Glapion,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks. You need to
Present.
Councilmember Jeruso,
I'm here.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer. We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We are continuing to operate our meetings virtually. At least this will be our final full council meeting that we're operating virtually. But when we do operate virtually, I want to mention that what we do is we read the entire agenda, and then we take a 30-minute break for public comment. If you are interested in submitting public comment for any of the agenda items, go to council.nola.gov, and you can submit your public comment, and then it will be read during our meeting when we come to that agenda item. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Teresa Beecher to read the full agenda, and then we will take a 30-minute recess. Teresa?
The regular meeting of the City Council for Thursday, May 6th, 2021. Page 2, 1, approval of the minutes of the April 8th, 2021 and April 22nd, 2021 meetings. Special orders of business. All special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Consent agenda. 1, communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council, submitting the recommended agenda items for deferral for the May 6th, 2021 regular council meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic. On page 3, number 2, communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utility Regulatory Office, submitting the transmittal documents for communications related to electric and gas utility matters to be received by the Council of the City of New Orleans at its meeting on May 6, 2021. Communications submitted by Entergy New Orleans LLC, ENO. 1, Energy Smart Quarterly Report for Quarter 1, 2021, submitted pursuant to resolutions R1152 and R2051, dockets UD 0802 and UD 1703. 2, purchased power cost recovery PPCR adjustments for the May 2021 billing cycle and the estimated revenue requirement for the New Orleans Solar Station, NOSS, submitted pursuant to resolutions R2067 and R2344, UD 1807. Number 3, purchased gas adjustments for the May 2021 billing cycle submitted pursuant to R3272. 4, environmental adjustments for the May 2021 billing cycle, UD 1807. 5, fuel adjustments for the May 2021 billing cycle submitted pursuant to R2067, UD 1807. Comments in response to the Council's proposed Renewable and Clean Portfolio Standard, RCPS, rules and regulations, submitted pursuant to Resolution R21109, docket UD 1901. 1, comments and support submitted by Southern Renewable Energy Association. 2, comments and support submitted by Energy Future New Orleans Coalition. 3, comments and opposition submitted by Edison Electric Institute. 4, comments and opposition submitted by Entergy New Orleans. Comments and opposition submitted by Air Products and Chemicals Incorporated. Comments and opposition submitted by Alliance for Transportation Electrification. Number 3, communication from Ryan Thiel, owner Green Country Rooftops and Restoration, requesting to appeal the Vieux Carré Commission's decision to deny installation of EcoStar roofing products for the property located at 914-916 St. Anne Street. Suggested hearing date has been set for 5/20/21. On page 4, number 4, communication from Brittany Walker, Project Liaison, Spectrum Designs and Engineering, LLC, on behalf of Charles McDowell, requesting to appeal the City Planning Commission's decision of denial of the re-subdivision request of Crowder Boulevard Major Subdivision. Suggested hearing date set for 5/20/21. Number 5, communication from Melissa Quigley, Assistant City Attorney, City of New Orleans Law Department, requesting to withdraw the demolition application for 1704 through 1706 Desire Street, transmitted by the Department of Safety and Permits and received at the council meeting of 4/22/21, since this property is not located within the boundaries of a National Register district and demolition does not require City Council approval. Number 6, communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans, transmitting the application documents for demolition permit requiring City Council review and approval for the following property: 4501 Walmsley Avenue, demo number 2112055, Council District B, submitted by MNR Disposal Services on behalf of the owner, Keith Johnson Jr. Suggested hearing date set for 5/20/21. On page 5, number 7, report of the Executive Director of the Vieux Carré Commission, transmitting a report detailing an appeal of Vieux Carré Commission, the reversal of an approval to construct a masonry wall on property line at 928 St. Anne Street. Suggested hearing date set for today's meeting, 5/6/21. Number 8, report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission, transmitting design review number 2421 for District B, requesting a demolition of one 3-story structure located in a central business district as required by section 26(2) of the Municipal Code on Square 263, Lot A or 2 in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by Barone Street, Union Street, O'Keefe Avenue, and Gravier Street. Municipal address is 309 Barone, with a suggested hearing date set for 5/20/21. Number 9, calendar number 33,291 by Councilmember Giarrusso, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a bar and live entertainment secondary use in an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district, a GC Greenway Corridor Design Overlay District, an EC Enhancement Corridor Design Overlay District, and an AC1 Arts and Cultural Diversity Overlay District in Square 360, Lot 3A in the 2nd Municipal District, bounded by North Broad Street, Lafitte Street, Toulouse Street, and North White Street. Municipal addresses 601 through 615 North Broad Street, 2701 through 2707 Lafitte Street, and 2716 Toulouse Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1221. Number 10 on page 6, calendar number 33,292 by Councilmember Banks, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a neighborhood commercial establishment in an HU RD2 historic urban 2-family residential district on Square 279, Lot A in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Dryad Street, Toledano Street, Daniel Street, and Harmony Street. Municipal addresses 3221 through 3225 Dryad Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 521. Number 11, calendar number 33,293 by Councilmember Banks, an ordinance to grant an affordable housing plan development in an HU RD2 historic urban 2-family residential district on Square 441, lots 24 through 33, bounded by South Johnson Street, 4th Street, Momus Court, and South Galvez Street. Municipal addresses 2701 South Johnson Street and 3400 4th Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1821. On page 7, number 12, resolution number R21-151 by Councilmembers Moreno, Glapion, Giarrusso, Banks, and Brossette, instituting a prudence investigation into Entergy New Orleans's load shed protocols and all events and decisions related to the February 2021 Winter Storm Uri event. The Utility Cable Telecommunications and Technology Committee recommended approval. Number 13, resolution number R21-152 by Councilmembers Moreno, Glapion, Giarrusso, Banks, and Brossette, directing the Council's utility advisors to assess the weatherization of generating units that serve New Orleans. Council Utility Telecommunications and Technology Committee recommended approval. 14, resolution number R21-153 by Councilmembers Moreno, Glapion, Giarrusso, Banks, Giselson Palmer, Brossette, and Wynn. Order streamlining ENO's reporting requirements, modifying certain Entergy New Orleans reporting requirements. Utility Cable Telecommunications and Technology Committee recommended approval. On page 8, number 15, motion number M21-156 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request. Motion approving the mayor's appointment of Witten M. Payne, Vice Serena Mohan, as a member of the Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, nominated by the Preservation Resource Center, for a term ending June 30th, 2024. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 16, motion number M21-157 by Councilmember Banks by request. Motion approving the mayor's appointment of Peter Chaplin, Vice Kevin Kelly, as a member of the Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, nominated by the Lafayette Square Association for a term ending on June 30th, 2024. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 17, motion number M21-158 by Councilmember Glapion. Motion approving the reappointment of Daryl Chazon Jr., previous term ending January 1st, 2021, as a member of the Industrial Development Board for a term ending on January 1st, 2027. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On page 9, number 18, motion number M21-159 by Councilmember Glapion. Motion approving the appointment of Eugene Green, Vice Julius Kimbrough Jr., for a term ending January 1st, 2021, as a member of the Industrial Development Board for a term ending January 1st, 2027. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 19, motion number M21-160 by Councilmember Wynn by request. Motion approving the mayor's appointment of Kenneth J. Dorsey Sr., Vice Patrick Young, initial term ending December 31st, 2020, as a member of the Sanford Sandy Krasnoff New Orleans Criminal Justice Council, serving as a citizen representative at large for a term ending on December 31st, 2021. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 20, motion number M21-161 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request. Motion approving the mayor's reappointment of Thelma French, initial term ending December 31st, 2020, as a member of the Sanford Sandy Krasnoff New Orleans Criminal Justice Council, serving as a representative of Total Community Action for a term ending December 31st, 2020. Governmental Affairs recommended approval. On page 10, number 21, motion number M21-162 by Councilmember Wynn by request. Motion approving the mayor's reappointment of Ernest Johnson, initial term ending December 31st, 2020, as a member of the Sanford Sandy Krasnoff New Orleans Criminal Justice Council, serving as a citizen representative at large for a term ending on December 31st, 2021. Number 22, motion number M21-163 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request. Motion approving the mayor's reappointment of Melanie A. Talia, initial term ending December 31st, 2020, as a member of the Sanford Sandy Krasnoff New Orleans Criminal Justice Council, serving as a representative of the New Orleans Business Council for a term ending December 31st, 2021. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On page 11, the regular agenda. Number 1, legislative grouping 1A, demolition request of Jackie Keone, requesting a demolition permit for the following property: 2605 North Villery Street, demo permit 2100709, Council District C. 1B, motion number M21-164 by Councilmember Gislason Palmer, approving the demolition request for the property located at 2605 North Villery Street. On page 12, number 2, demolition request of the Demo Diva LLC on behalf of the owner, Louis Latano, Motto Constructions LLC. This item is to be withdrawn. Item 3, VCC appeal of D. Alexis Onstott, member Cialino and Onstott LLC. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 5/20/21. On page 13, number 4, legislative grouping 4A, zoning docket number 921, Trinity Church, requesting an amendment to ordinance number 20,902 MCS, zoning docket 5702, and ordinance number 24,295 MCS, zoning docket 10410, for a conditional use to permit the expansion of an existing educational facility in an HU RD1 historic urban two-family residential district and an HU RD2 historic urban two-family residential district on lot 16A on square 203, lots 13, 14, 15, and 1A, on square 178, lots Y2 on square 178 and 171, lots A, part B or B, B or an undesignated lot, C, D, A, 11 or an undesignated lot, and X2 on square 171, and the former Chestnut Street right-of-way between squares 171 and 178 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Jackson Avenue, Britannia Street, Josephine Street, Chestnut Street, St. Andrew Street, and Camp Street. Municipal addresses 1207, 1227 through 1329, and 1401 through 1425 Jackson Avenue, 2112 and 2119 through 2125 Coliseum Street, 1200 through 1326 and 1227 through 1233 Josephine Street, and 2117 through 2129 Camp Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 2 waivers and 20 provisos. This item is on deadline. And then 4B, motion number M21-168 by Councilmember Banks. approving the request subject to 2 waivers and 20 provisos with the deletion of proviso number 6 and an amendment to proviso number 18 to be renumbered as proviso 17 as provided in the city planning report, and the addition of 1 new proviso for a total of 2 waivers and 20 provisos to read as follows. Proviso 17 on page 14. In accordance with Article 23, Section 23.13.a of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, the applicant shall submit an updated site and floor plan to the City Planning Commission for final approval, indicating the location of the trash and recycling receptacles, which shall be within an enclosed structure or screened by a 7-foot opaque fence with latching gates. At no time, excepting trash collection days, shall trash be stored as to be visible from the public right-of-way. And Proviso 20, any future demolition of residential structures shall be discouraged. Number 5 on page 14, zoning docket number 1421, Poitras Properties 2 LLC. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 5/20/21. On page 15, number 6, zoning docket number 1721, City Council Motion M2416. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 5/20/21. Page 16, number 7, legislative grouping 7A, zoning docket number 2221, Platinum Holding Group LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a 4-family, multiple family residence in an HMR3 historic Marigny-Treme Bywater residential district on Square 364, Lot N in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Montague Street, North Rampart Street, St. Claude Avenue, and Press Street. Municipal address 1032 Montague Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. This item is on deadline. And 7B, motion lying over number M21136 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer, denying the conditional use request in zoning docket 2221 and upholding the City Planning Commission's recommendation of denial. On page 17, number 8, zoning docket number 2321, City Council Motion M2119. This item has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 5/20/21. Number 9, zoning docket number 2421, Imad Hamdan. A deferral has been requested to 5/20/21. On page 18, number 10, legislative grouping 10A, zoning docket number 2521, Couples Creating Opportunities LLC, requesting a zoning change from an HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district to an HUB1A historic urban neighborhood business district on Square 32, lots 1 and 2 in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Oliver Street, Pelican Avenue, Villette Street, and Alex Street. Municipal addresses 300 through 302 Olivier Street and 603 through 609 Pelican Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. 10B, motion number M21150 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer, approving a zoning change, but modifying the City Planning Commission's recommendation, granting the zoning change to HU RM1 multifamily residential district. And 10C, motion number M21154 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a conditional use to permit a principal bed and breakfast in an HU RM1 multifamily residential district located on Square 32, Lot 1 and 2 in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Olivier Street, Pelican Avenue, Villette Street, and Alex Street. Municipal addresses 300 through 302 Olivier Street and 603 through 609 Pelican Avenue. On page 19, number 11, subdivision appeal of W. Peter Connick Jr., Butler Snow LLP, on behalf of the previous owners and the current owner. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 5/20/21. Number 12, calendar number 33,147 by Councilmembers Williams and Gustafson Palmer. A deferral has been requested of this item to the meeting of 6/3/21. On page 20, number 13, calendar number 33,232 by Councilmember Brossette by request. A withdrawal has been requested of this item. Number 14, calendar number 33,246 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 6/3/21. On page 21, number 15, calendar number 33,247 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer. A deferral has been requested to 6/3/21. Number 16, calendar number 33,294 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on over portions of the public right-of-way located at the municipal address 611 Commerce Street, to fix the minimum price and terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. On page 22, number 17, calendar number 33,295 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to lease to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on over portions of the public right-of-way located on the municipal address 622 Canal Street, to fix the minimum price and terms of said lease agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the lease agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said lease agreement, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Number 18, calendar number 33,296 by Councilmember Brossette by request. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 5/20/21, and this matter has been referred to the Budget Committee. On page 23, number 19, calendar number 33,297 by Councilmember Brossette by request. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 5/20/21, and this matter has been referred to the Budget Committee. Number 20, calendar number 33,302 by Councilmembers Banks and Gissel Palmer by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 1 of Chapter 26, Section 2615, Chapter 1 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, the International Building Code, to add Section 122 to require that prior to the issuance of certain building permits and prior to the issuance of any certificate of occupancy, any contractor responsible for a construction project shall conduct video or photographic inspections of existing sewer and drainage lines, catch basins, storm drains, gutters, hydrants, sidewalks, curbs, manhole covers, culverts, head walls, green infrastructure elements, and other public infrastructure abutting or in the immediate vicinity of the construction site, as determined by the Director of Public Works or Safety and Permits or his/her designee, to require submittal of the video or photographic inspections, to assign responsibility for repair of any damage identified and documented by said inspections, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A deferral has been received to defer this matter to the 5/20/21 council meeting. On page 24, number 21, calendar number 33,304 by Councilmember Gissel Palmer. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 162-1634 and ordain Division 8, Section 162-1670 for the purpose of defining pedal carriages and forbidding the operation of a pedal carriage or the offering of transportation for hire in a pedal carriage within the city of New Orleans, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. We received a request to defer this matter to 5/20/21 and refer the matter to the Transportation Committee. Item 22, calendar number 33,305 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 102-115 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide for an exception to the article allowing for the sale and possession of fentanyl test strips, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter was referred to the Community Development Committee. On page 25, number 23, old business, 23A, possible reconsideration, 23B, legislative grouping, 23C, demolition request of Roy Ferris Jr., requesting a demolition permit for the following properties, 2129 through 2131 4th Street. 23D, motion number M21140 by Councilmember Banks, approving the demolition request for the property located at 2021 through 2031 4th Street. This motion was withdrawn at the previous council meeting. And 23E, motion number M21141 by Councilmember Banks, denying the demolition request for the property located at 2129 and through 2131 4th Street. This motion was adopted at the previous council meeting. On page 26, number 24, motion lying over, number M21121 by Councilmember Moreno. This matter has been deferred to the meeting of 5/20/21, and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. Number 25, resolution number R21-149 by council members Jeruso, Banks, Brossett, and Wynn, endorsing the cooperative endeavor agreement between Jefferson Parish, Orleans Parish, and the state of Louisiana to engage in the redevelopment of West End. This item will be considered at 11:30. Number 26, motion number M21-155 by Councilmember Wynn, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to remove the requirement for city planning review of signage in corridor design overlay districts. On page 27, number 27, resolution number R21-165 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, supporting the passage of proposed House Bill 351 filed by Louisiana State Representative Vincent Pierre and Matthew Willard, calling for Alan Toussaint's Southern Nights to be an official state cultural song of Louisiana. Number 28, resolution number R21-166 by Councilmember Glapion, Moreno, Banks, Gissison Palmer, Brossett, and Wynn, requesting the Louisiana Department of Health and New Orleans Health Department make provisions to study and address the disparate health impacts among Black and minority communities consistent with the Centers for Disease Control guidelines. This item will be considered at noon. Number 29, resolution number R21-167 by Councilmember Moreno. Resolution condemning Senate Bill 156, House Bill 542, Senate Bill 104, and House Bill 575, which prohibit transgender women from participating in sports at the K through 12 and university levels, and restricts healthcare access for transgender youth, such as gender-confirming treatments and counseling, as these bills are inhumane, discriminatory, and ignore best practices for medical care and unnecessarily singles out already marginalized groups, erroneously providing state governmental backing of discriminatory practices and the promotion of maltreatment of the LGBTQ+ population. This item will be considered after item 28. Council members, we have received 2 items for consideration under suspension. The first is motion M21-169. This motion is by council members Moreno and Brossett. Whereas section 31072 of the city's home rule charter mandates that the council shall adopt rules governing its officers and employees, the organization of committees, and the transaction of its business. And whereas the public health dangers posed by the COVID-19 pandemic have dramatically affected the manner in which the council transacts business, forcing the council to meet remotely for more than a year. And whereas the city has made tremendous strides towards reopening safely, but hurdles remain to a full return to normalcy. And whereas in-person participation of citizens is critical to the successful operation of government, and whereas the council desires to resume public meetings, but recognizes that temporary amendments to its standard operating procedures are necessary to ensure the safety of council staff and the public during the balance of the COVID-19 crisis. Now therefore, be it moved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that Rule 56 attached here to is Exhibit A, be and hereby is adopted. Be it further moved that consistent with section 31073 of the charter, the clerk of council shall publish these rules in the official journal for at least 1 week prior to council consideration and shall subsequently publish said rules after formal adoption. And now I will read Exhibit A in its entirety. Exhibit A, Rule 56, Temporary COVID-19 Public Meeting Procedures. A, this temporary emergency rule shall govern the proceedings of the New Orleans City Council and its constituent committees until such time as the council repeals this rule by motion, or the mayor or the City of New Orleans rescinds the declaration of emergency regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, whichever occurs first. B, in the event of any conflict between the provisions of this rule and another council rule, the provisions of this rule shall control, except in the case of a conflict, all existing council rules will remain in full force and effect. C, the occupancy of the council chambers will be limited to an amount reasonably appropriate to comply with social distancing guidance from the CDC and the Department of Health. D, overflow seating will be available in the covered breezeway outside the council chambers where citizens can monitor proceedings. E, All persons in the council chambers and in the overflow areas shall wear face coverings at all times. F, upon entering the council chamber or the overflow areas, citizens will be asked to identify the agenda items that they are monitoring and/or intend to address through public comments. Citizens will be provided speaker cards for each item they intend to address. G, any person who submits a speaker card will be permitted to address the council subject to any time limitations imposed in accordance with council rules. Except to the extent necessary to comply with occupancy limits, individuals in the overflow area will be permitted to enter the chamber to monitor proceedings. Speakers who are unable to monitor proceedings in chambers due to capacity limits will be allowed to monitor from the overflow area and enter the chamber to comment in person at the appropriate time. Individuals will be encouraged to leave the chamber when their agenda item of interest is complete to make room for others. H, the council will continue to allow virtual participation and the submission of online comments subject to the following rules. 1, the council will continue to accept public comments using the e-comment form at council.nola.gov. 2, comments will be accepted from the time the agenda is released until 2 hours prior to the meeting. 3, online public comment will be limited to 1 comment per person per item. 4, the submission of repetitive form comments is strongly discouraged. In the interest of time, staff may summarize the general content of form comments, reading in general descriptions and all names associated with that particular form. And 5, before voting on an agenda item, staff will read any online public comments received, subject to any time limitations imposed in accordance with council rules. Council members, we need a motion to suspend the rules to receive this item on the agenda.
Thank you, ma'am. I will make, let me see if I'm on. There we go. I will make that motion. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the rules are suspended. Excuse me, Councilmember Moreno, who seconded?
Councilmember Jeruso did.
Okay, thank you.
We also have for consideration under suspension resolution number R21-170 by council members Moreno, Glapion, Jeruso, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, Brossett, and Wynn. Whereas Louisiana State Representative Raymond E. Garofalo Jr. represents District 103 and serves as the chairman for the House Committee on Education. Whereas during this 2021 regular session, Representative Garofalo Jr. filed House Bill 564, which would prohibit schools or universities from, quote, race or sex scapegoating, end quote, defined in the bill as assigning fault, blame, or bias to a race or sex or to members of a race or sex because of their race or sex, or claiming that consciously or unconsciously and by virtue of a person's race or sex, members of any race are inherently racist or inherently inclined to oppress others, or that members of a sex are inherently sexist or inherently inclined to oppress others. And whereas, upon review of House Bill 564, we must note that both the content and objective of the bill is racist and sexist, and would intentionally stunt the educational growth of generations of Louisiana's elementary and secondary school students, as well as university scholars, using Orwellian means to ban trainings or instruction on the exercise and prevalence of systemic racism and sexism throughout our nation's history and within all facets of society today. And whereas, to be clear, this amounts to a state-sanctioned muzzle on the freedom to teach the realities of white supremacy, racism, and sexism. And whereas young and developing minds deserve an education that is honest with them and allows for growth and repair. They deserve an opportunity to address more complex issues like the inequities that exist when different communities interface with the criminal justice system, access healthcare, try to find a job that pays a living wage with benefits, and the list goes on. And whereas during the House Committee on Education hearing on April 27th, 2021, Representative Garofalo Jr. recommended that school instruction would cover the, quote, the good, the bad, the ugly of slavery. And whereas comments suggesting that there was some good with the immoral evil of slavery as practiced in this country is reprehensible, and there is no equivocation or relativism possible within the dark history of this institution. And whereas slavery is and was an abomination under the collar of law, and have been the decades of Jim Crow that attempted to reimpose the chains of subjugation and sustain white supremacy, any attempts to excuse these realities is not only wrong, but unforgivable. And whereas if Representative Garofalo believes that there is good in slavery, we encourage him to resign from his office immediately. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the New Orleans City Council condemns both the content and objective of Representative Garofalo Jr.'s House Bill 564 and his subsequent comments made during the House Committee on Education hearing. Be it further resolved, the New Orleans City Council supports the Louisiana Legislative Black Caucus, who called for Representative Raymond E. Garofalo Jr. to be removed as chair of the Louisiana House Committee on Education. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of Council transmit certified copies of this resolution to the Speaker of the House, Clay Schneidschneider, and all members of the New Orleans delegation: Senator Karen Carter Peterson, Senator Troy Carter, Senator Sharon Hewitt, Senator Jimmy Harris, Senator Joseph Bowie, Representative Royce Duplessis, Representative Raymond E. Garofalo Jr., Representative Gary M. Carter, Representative Stephanie Hilferty, Representative Maddie Landry, Representative Amy Otto Freeman, Representative Matthew Willard, Representative Candace Newell, Representative Jason Hughes, and Representative Mark Comier. This resolution shall also be sent to members of the Louisiana House Committee on Education to include Representative Mark Wright, Vice Chair, Representative Beryl Amity, Representative Ken Brass, Representative Gary Carter, Representative Rick Edmonds, Representative Amy Otto Freeman, Representative Barbara Wright Freeburg, Representative Stephanie Hilferty, Representative Patrick O. Jefferson, Representative Charles Owen, Representative Tammy T. Phelps, Representative Tammy T. Phelps, Representative Philip Eric Tarver, and Representative Tanner McGee. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this item.
All right, sorry about that. Did we get a motion already?
No,
Ma'am.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept this resolution into the agenda.
no, we suspending the rules to
Okay.
receive it.
Thank you. I will make a motion to suspend the rules then. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the rules have been suspended.
Council members, this item will be considered after item 29.
Okay.
And the final item is ordinances on first reading. Council members, those are all the items for today's agenda.
All right, thank you so much, Teresa. Appreciate you doing that. Just a quick update on the schedule, just so everyone is aware. So at 11:30, we're going to take up Councilmember Jeruso's West End resolution, item 25 on page 26. At noon, we're going to take up Councilmember Glapion's CDC and public health statement. It's the item 28 on page 27. One quick adjustment. We're going to take item 22 after Councilmember Glapion is done with hers. That is the fentanyl ordinance. After that, it will be the transgender resolution, item 29. And after that, it'll be the resolution that was just read under suspension by all 7 members co-authored. And that will come after that. So with that, we will take a 30-minute recess. Thank you all. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we've done 30 minutes. So whenever you're ready, we will begin.
Okay, roll call. Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Glapion. Councilmember Glapion,
Present.
okay. Councilmember Jeruso,
Here.
Councilmember Banks,
Here.
Councilmember Palmer, Councilmember Brissette,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Wynn.
Here.
We have 6 members, we have a quorum.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Palmer's here.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
we have 7 members, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Ms. Temple. We're going to go to item 25 for Councilmember Jeruso.
Thought that was at 11:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so early still. Never mind. You can go ahead and start. Madam.
Okay. We're on page 2, approval of the minutes, April 8, 2021 and April 22nd, 2021.
So moved. Can I get a second? Second by Council Brissette.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, the minutes are approved. Special orders of business, all special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The consent agenda. We have a communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council. This should be marked received. On page 3, a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Ryan Thiel, owner, Green Country Rooftops and Restoration, 914 and 916 St. Anne Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May 20th. On top of page 4, we have a communication from Brittany Walker, Project Liaison, Spectrum Designs and Engineering, LLC, on behalf of Charles McDowell, Crowder Boulevard Major Subdivision. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May 20th. We have a communication from Melissa Quigley, Assistant City Attorney, City of New Orleans Law Department, 1704 through 1706 Desire Street. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans, 4501 Walmsley Avenue. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May 20th. On top of page 5, we have the report of the Executive Director of the Vieux-Carré Commission, 928 St. Anne Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date was set for today. We have the report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission, Municipal address 309 Baronne Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May 20th. We have ordinance calendar number 33,291 by Councilmember Jeruso, zoning docket 1221. We have on top of page 6, we have ordinance calendar number 33,292 by Councilmember Banks, zoning docket 521. Ordinance calendar number 33,293 by Councilmember Banks, zoning docket 1821. On top of page 7, we have resolution R21-151 by Council Members Moreno, Glapion, Jeruso, Banks, and Brissette. The Council Utility, Cable, Telecommunication, and Technology Committee recommended approval. We have resolution R21-152 by Council Members Moreno, Glapion, Jeruso, Banks, and Brissette. The Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. Resolution R21-153 by Council Members Moreno, Glapion, Jeruso, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, Brissette, and Nguyen. The Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. On top of page 8, we have motion M21-156 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M21-157 by Councilmember Banks by request. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M21-158 by Councilmember Glapion. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 9, we have motion M21-159 by Councilmember Glapion. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M21-160 by Councilmember Nguyen by request. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M21-161 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion on top of page 10. We have motion M21-162 by Councilmember Nguyen by request. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M21-163 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Been moved by Councilmember Nguyen. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Glapion. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the consent agenda is adopted. We're now going to go to page 11, the regular order. Land use matters. All land use are scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use items are subject to City Council Rule 10.1B, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. No ceding of public speaking time is permitted. We have a legislative grouping, a demolition request of Jackson Keon, requesting a demolition permit for the following property: 2605 North Villery Street, 21-00709 Demo, Council District C. We have motion M21-164 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, approving the demolition request for the property located at 2605 North Villery Street.
I move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Is Stephen Kroll here? Okay, I guess he's not presenting.
I
Councilmembers,
am here, but I'm not presenting on
you're
this.
not presenting. Okay, so sorry. It was on my notes that you might be presenting. That's fine. I got this one.
Okay.
Y'all, this proposal was for a request for a demolition at 2605 North Villery. I personally toured the property with the owners, as well as with Nathan Lott, who works in advocacy at the Preservation Resource Center. We all agreed that this property is past the point of rehabilitation. The owner already has submitted plans to construct a 2-story double in its place. So with that, colleagues, are there any questions? No. Do we have any public comment? No. Okay. I would also just like to add, I just also want to thank the owners. They actually purchased this property in that condition. It's actually being held up by Jax on the inside. And I just want to thank them for their investment in this neighborhood and in the community. So With that, may we please call for a vote? Ms. Laura?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette. We have 6 yeas, no nays. And the motion has been adopted. We're now going to go to the top of page 12. We have the demolition request of 1704 through 1706 Desire Street. This has been withdrawn.
Order.
We have the VCC appeal of D. Alex Onstott has been deferred to May 20th. Okay, council members, do y'all want to go with number 4 or council member Jeruso, do you want to take it now or you want to wait till after this one?
Can we do number 4, please? I don't
Okay.
see Councilmember Van Franken yet, so I just want to make sure she's on the line.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. We're on top of page 13. We have the legislative grouping zoning docket 921 Trinity Church requesting an amendment to ordinance number 20,902 MCS zoning docket 5702 and ordinance number 24,295 MCS zoning docket 10410 for a conditional use to permit the expansion of an existing educational facility in an HURD1 historic urban two-family residential district and HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on lot 16A on square 203, lots 13, 14, 15, and 1A on square 178, lot Y2 on square 178 and 171, lots A, Part B or Part B, Part B or B, B or an undesignated lot, C, D, A, 11 or an undesignated lot, and X2 on square 171 and the former Chestnut Street right-of-way between squares 171 and 178 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Jackson Avenue, Prytania Street, Josephine Street, Chestnut Street, St. Andrew Street, and Camp Street. Municipal addresses 1207. 1227 through 1329 and 1401 through 1425 Jackson Avenue, 2112 and 2119 through 2125 Coliseum Street, 1200 through 1326 and 1227 through 1233 Josephine Street, and 2117 through 2129 Camp Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 2 waivers and 20 provisos. We have motion M21-168 by Councilmember Banks, approving the request subject to 2 waivers and 20 provisos with the deletion of proviso number 6 and an amendment to proviso number 18 to be renumbered proviso number 17 as provided in the city planning report, and the addition of 1 new proviso for a total of 2 waivers and 20 provisos to read as follows. 17, in accordance with Article 23, Section 23.13.a of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, the applicant shall submit updated site and floor plans to the City Planning Commission for final approval, indicating the location of the trash and recycling receptacles, which shall be within an enclosed structure or screened by a 7-foot opaque fence with latching gates. At no time, excepting trash collection days, shall trash be stored as to be visible from the public rights of way. Number 20, any future demolition of residential structures shall be discouraged. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you, Councilmember. This is a conditional use application that considers the expansion of Trinity Episcopal School, which is along Jackson Avenue in the Lower Garden District. The proposal is for the addition and renovation of existing structures as well as building and field improvements. So the largest addition is an addition to the Trinity Commons building. It's a 13,000 square foot addition that includes a dining hall, group lab, new classroom space, and new kitchen and mechanical areas. Elsewhere on the campus, there are smaller additions, such as a 1,000 square foot addition for a building on Josephine and Coliseum, and as well a 700 square foot addition to an existing carriage house building, as well as 7 new parking spaces off of Jackson Avenue, and the addition to the site of a vacant lot across Josephine Street that's really just going to be used by the school as passive green space. It's not going to be programmed in any way. So the point of the conditional use review is to make sure that schools in residential zoning districts such as this are compatible with their neighbors, do not have outside or negative impacts on the neighboring residential community. In this case, Trinity is staying virtually entirely within its existing boundaries and is really just building out a bit within those boundaries. The expansion will not significantly increase the student or teacher population. And so the primary impact often of schools is traffic, circulation, parking, and this will really not intensify in a significant way traffic and parking impacts. And so for that reason, it's really, I think, a benefit to the school without offsetting negative impacts on the surroundings, and thus the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Stephen, thank you. Colleagues, I would ask you all to join me in supporting this. This is for the interior expansion of the Trinity School. It is not getting any larger. So these improvements that are going to take place will already be within the footprint. We've worked closely with the neighbors, as we always do, to make sure that everyone is in accord with what we're trying to do. One of the biggest pieces we did that they needed and wanted was that we have required that all of the dumpsters be cordoned off and not visible. So with that, I would ask that you all join me in supporting this. Madam Clerk.
Council members, you have speakers.
I'm sorry. Speaker, I apologize. I'm sorry.
We have one public comment from Gordon McLeod, noting that he is a paid representative representing Trinity School and Church. Thank you for considering our application for the campus development plan. We would like to thank Councilmember Banks and Jenna Burke, as well as the CPC and its staff. We appreciate the thorough review and recommendation. That's the only comment on this item.
Thank you. So with that, Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jeruso, what you want to do?
I still not sure that
Okay.
Councilmember Van Franken's on, so can we go to the next item, please?
Sure. At the bottom of the page, zoning docket 1421 has been deferred to May the 5th. On top of page 15, zoning docket 1721 has been deferred to May 20th. On top of page 16, legislative grouping zoning docket 2221 Platinum Holding Group LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a 4-family, multiple family residence in an HMR3 historic Marigny Treme Bywater residential district on square 364 Lot N in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Montague Street, North Rampart Street, St. Claude Avenue, and Press Street. Municipal address is 1032 Montague Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. We have motion line over M21-136 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, denying the conditional use request in zoning docket 2221, upholding the city planning recommendation of denial.
Thank you so much. I move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, well, let's just be very clear for the motion. It's approving the denial of the motion. I'm upholding the CPC. So you're still seconding that, Ms. Mr. Druso?
Yes, I am, Ms. Palmer.
I just wanted to be clear. So sorry. All right, thanks. Mr. Kroll, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. You kept me on my toes the last time. I panicked for a second. So this is a conditional use application to permit a 4-family dwelling at a vacant lot on Montague Street, just off of St. Claude. The proposal is for a 2-story 4-family residence that would be about 7,000 square feet in total size. All 4 of the units would be 2-bedroom units. In this residential zoning district, which covers the bulk of the Bywater and Marigny, singles and doubles are allowed by right. Triplexes and fourplexes are allowed through the conditional use process, and thus the need for the conditional use approval here. There were a significant number of comments both in support and opposition at the Planning Commission meeting. The comments in support focused on the benefit of additional housing units to the neighborhood housing stock and the location of housing units near jobs and transit. Comments in opposition focused on the rent levels of the units, which the commenters perceived as not being affordable, increased demand for parking, the scale of the structure, and the fact that trees had been removed from the site. And the commission was really sensitive to this opposition and voted to deny the application. And so it is before you with that denial recommendation.
I think he froze. All right, there we go. All right, thank you, Mr. Kroll. Council members, the proposal calls for the construction of a 2-story residence, which would total size of over 7,000 square feet. All 4 units would have been 2-bedroom units. As we've often seen, a development may align with the master plan procedurally, but often doesn't consider the impact that it may have on those who live around there every day. While there has been limited support from the neighborhood at large, there has been consistent opposition from the residents on the street who will have to deal with the impacts. It was these concerns that led the commission voting this project down and helped me to understand that this project could not move forward in its current form. However, with that being said, you know, Bywater is an interesting neighborhood where we have 2 different neighborhood associations. One neighborhood association was in favor, the other one was opposed. And so that's really why as well, the concerns of the issues of the neighbors on the street had a little bit more sway. But with that being said, my office did try to broker a compromise, and we're trying to reduce the size of the 2 units and potentially do 1-bedrooms. And then you would still have a 4-unit. If you made 2 of those units 1-bedrooms, and then also potentially doing that would make them more affordable rather than market rate that they were planning. However, the applicant declined any type of compromise, so hence we're just going forward with the denial. So are there any questions from my colleagues? No? Okay. With that, do we have any public comment?
Yes, this is John Cerniglia. I represent the Platinum Holding Group.
I'm sorry, you're not, this is not for you to speak. Do we have public comment cards?
Yes, I was going to say we do have 2, and I do have one from Mr. Cerniglia. Apologize if I'm saying the name wrong. He provided. I would like to start by thanking the council for hearing me today, and also give special thanks to Councilmember Palmer for taking the time to assist me with this matter. We are here today seeking a conditional use for a 4-unit dwelling that received overwhelming support from the staff and met all of the city's requirements for approval. In addition, we have support from one of the 2 neighborhood associations, as well as numerous support from residents in the immediate Bywater area. Even after speaking with staff, which informed us that no conditional use request has ever been denied that met all requirements, even if it had opposition, had been denied by the City Planning Commission, yet the City Planning Commission denied our request based on concerns of affordable housing and the belief that 4-unit dwellings only exist on corners. There are 2 4-unit dwellings in the 900 block of Montague Street, both less than 6 structures down the street, and neither are on the corner. And as for affordable housing, it should have no weight on this request. In the meeting with Councilmember Palmer, she suggested that we reduce 2 of the units to either a studio or 1-bedroom units to gain her support with our request for a conditional use permit. Regrettably, we had to refuse her support as we believe that there are too many studios and one-bedroom units in the Bywater currently, especially with the 882 Montague apartment complex just down the street. The Bywater needs more housing to attract young families to help breathe new life into the area. They do not need any more studios or one-bedrooms. Young families prefer not to live in huge complexes. This is the reason we could not accept Councilmember Palmer's request. We pray the Councilmember Palmer, as well as the council members voting today, consider the benefits of this conditional use to the Bywater. I hope you see that 4-unit dwellings are plentiful throughout the Bywater area and adds to the eclectic beauty of the Bywater, and it's most needed here. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. The next comment is submitted by Mary Ann Hammett. As the Bywater Neighborhood Association pointed out in its letter commenting on this zoning docket, the CPC's recommendation for denial of the conditional use to permit a 4-plex at 1032 Montague was wrongly decided. The majority's decision was influenced by a representation by Commissioner Witry that a multi-unit property mid-block is out of place in this neighborhood. As we noted, Commissioner Witry is mistaken. A cursory review of the properties in the immediate vicinity of the subject property reveal a 4-plex mid-block at 922 Montague, a triplex mid-block 1 block over at 1032 Cluett. Indeed, within 4 blocks of the subject property are 4-plex mid-block at 3148 Dauphine Street and a 4-plex mid-block at 834 Louisa Street. Thus, for the council to vote to accept the commissioner's recommendation for denial would be to compound the error perpetuated by Commissioner Witry's misrepresentation. Accordingly, the Bywater Neighborhood Association urges Councilmember Gustafson Palmer to withdraw her motion for denial of the conditional use and to offer in its place a motion to grant the conditional use. Thank you for your time. Those are all the comments on this item.
Thank you so much, Teresa. With that, council members, Ms., can we please call for a vote? Unless there are questions. No?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gustafson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso,
Yeah.
Councilmember Moreno. We have 6 yeas, no nays.
Hang on, I'm back. Sorry, I'm back.
Okay,
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. And the motion is adopted. We're now on top of page 17.
Madam
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, is it all right if we go to my item now?
Okay, can I defer these two?
Yes, ma'am, you go for it.
Okay, thank you. Zoning docket, we're on top of page 17. Zoning docket 2321 is deferred to May 20th. Zoning docket 2421 has been deferred to May 20th. We're now going to go to we're going to go to page 26, and we're going to take up number 25. We have resolution R21-149 by council members Jeruso, Banks, Brissette, and Wynn, endorsing the cooperative endeavor agreement between Jefferson Parish, Orleans Parish, and the state of Louisiana to engage in a redevelopment of West End.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, you may see that we have a couple of faces that have popped up on the screen here because of this issue. I'd like to welcome Councilmember Van Franken from Jefferson Parish, and you also see Jeff Schwartz, the mayor's office. He's the director of economic development. And I know we've been talking a lot about West End for a long time, but it's incredibly exciting. It's not just exciting because this is a real economic opportunity, both for Orleans and Jefferson and the surrounding region. But I think you hear me get so passionate about it because it's a place that I grew up going as a kid. And as I talk to other people throughout the city, they remember going to this venue, whether it was to Fitzgerald's or Brunings or Swanson's or Jaegers. And there's names that I've forgotten over time where people remember going and just having a great time on a Friday or a Saturday night. Obviously, West End was wiped out by Hurricane Katrina in 2005. And over the years, new boat slips, restaurants, condos, boathouses have popped up, breathing new life into the waterfront. But the economic development of this area has been left untouched. Now, the city has been and continues to promote economic development everywhere. And restoring West End has really been one of the city's priorities and one of my top priorities since coming back into office. But this doesn't happen without having a lot of really great partners and partnerships. And so I have to take a moment to really thank the mayor's office, who's been working tirelessly with Jefferson Parish and state officials to redevelop this high value property. This kind of teamwork is valued. And I think we can all sometimes make some jokes about how slowly things work in government, but trying to coordinate between the city, Jefferson Parish, the state has been no easy task. And so hats off to Mayor Cantrell and Jeff and your team for helping us out so much. Obviously, Councilmember Van Franken, you've been a wonderful partner. I think literally before I was even sworn in, we sat down and we started talking about things, and this was the top of our list. And I know she couldn't be here today because she's in session, but Representative Hilferty filed one of the bills that actually allowed both parishes to lease the water bottoms. That was incredibly important to this. The CEA is a good document that allows us to really have a very thoughtful process as we move through what's going to happen here. And I'm just thrilled to see where we are in the possibilities, whether they be cultural or residential, economic, or and certainly recreational at the top of the list. So I want to thank all of my colleagues who've already joined me in co-sponsoring this. I'd love to hear from Councilmember Van Franken and Jeff and anybody on this council who has any comments. And Councilmember Van Franken, thank you for inviting me to your meeting last week, and welcome to our meeting this week.
Thank you. It's delightful to see all of your faces, even though it's by Zoom. I hope to see you in person again soon. We have been focusing on our lakefront in Jefferson. On the Jefferson side, we're doing great things out at Bucktown that will all be educational and recreational. And what we see is that will work beautifully in conjunction with what we can potentially bring back at West End that would be more commercial in nature, potentially housing. So we look forward to continuing to be supportive in any way in utilizing as a region our beautiful Lake Pontchartrain. It's an asset that's been underutilized in many respects. And so this is an opportunity, I think, where we can all come together, show the folks that we work for, our citizens, that we can work together and bring great things to life. So we're just really excited to continue this partnership and working to bring back West End.
Thank you, Council Member. Jeff.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso and Councilmember Van Franken. I think you both largely covered it. I certainly remember the days of 99-cent crawfish. I don't know if those are going to come back at West End, but we can all dream. I think that this has been a project that I inherited, as Joe said. There's been, Councilmember Giarrusso has said this is a long time coming, right? This is a project that has been on the books and in the works, and a lot of folks have really, taken a leadership role in moving this forward. So I'm just happy to be here and play a role on behalf of Mayor Cantrell and making sure that this process moves forward. Councilmember Van Franken, I know the work that you all have done in Jefferson, frankly, is really exciting. I'm an urban planner by training, and so I get really excited when I see, really transformative projects, the visioning behind it, and the yeoman's work that has to happen. I know that you have been out there planting marsh grasses at various points, so it's literally work that we're all doing with our hands as well as our minds. And I think that it'll certainly take some more of that going forward. But I think with this CEA being done, now it's really the really fun part about envisioning what can happen at this site more concretely, how it aligns with what you all are doing just on the other side of the 17th Street Canal, and all of the different community and city aspirations for the site. So looking forward to those immediate next steps, and then finding some private sector investment to really help bring this to fruition. So thank you all again, Councilmember Giarrusso and Van Franken, for your leadership on this on behalf of Mayor Cantrell, and just excited for next steps.
Thank
for
you
your
so
hard
much.
work.
Of course.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Councilmember Moreno, I see you came off of mute.
Yeah, so Councilmember Jeruso and Councilmember Van Franken, thank you so much for your leadership on this and the collaborative work that you all have done together along with you as well, Jeff, and the mayor's team. Really fantastic what we can accomplish when we all come together. And we absolutely, Councilmember Van Franken, to your point, we need to do a lot more together. And I actually just met with Chairman Scott Walker about doing a combined Jefferson Parish and New Orleans City Council meeting so that we can talk about some of the pressing issues that we're dealing with and most importantly, COVID recovery and how we can work together towards really increase economic benefits, not only for both parishes, but really regionally. And so we're looking at doing that meeting over in your neck of the woods, Councilmember Van Franken, on August 2nd. So be on the lookout for more information coming on that. But I think the more that we can team up, as both parishes coming together, just working for our region, the better off we're all going to be. I mean, whether it's economic development, COVID recovery, crime, all of those things don't really end at the parish line. So just thank you all so much for your leadership on this particular project, and let's keep doing more together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brissette.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso, and welcome, Councilmember Van Rankin. Thanks to both of you. I abut with Joe right up at West End and West End Boulevard and Lakeshore Drive. And so, as I stated on WWL Radio this morning, it was well received that this has been in the works in a collaborative effort between your office and Joe's office. And we are excited. I mean, they were asking, what do we look forward? Of course, the return of the livability and walkability of green space, entertainment, food, restaurants. And, I'm also glad to hear the possibility of housing as well. And we want our families to have places to go. And it's been a hallmark and landmark piece of asset that we both share with each other as parishes. And so look forward to, of course, supporting it as a co-sponsor. And thank you all for your efforts.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Palmer.
I just want to thank you, Councilor Van Franken. I know you've just been a big fan of working in partnership with the city. I know you were really big with, when we got when the bus line and more regional transit to Jefferson Parish, and that was under your leadership as well. And again, that leads towards economic development and the things that we can do. So I just really want to thank you. And I'm thrilled. Joe, I know, has been working on this since his first day in office. He's been so passionate about it, as we all have been wanting and waiting for it. I mean, growing up, going to Fitzgerald's and Brunings and all of those wonderful places and the family members, that used to meet out there. So I'm just excited. And Sid Mars, can't forget Sid Mars. That's where I named my third child. There. Yes. That was our baby shower, and that's where we came up with her name, was right there on the porch at Sid Mars,
Did you name her Sid Mars?
But no, it was like a group effort, the third girl. But
I love it. It's those kinds of stories that people reminisce about. I love it.
Yeah, it was great. So thank you both. Joe, congratulations, and same with you, Jennifer. Y'all are awesome.
Thanks so much, Kristen. Anybody else from the dais? Let me ask this. I don't think we have any public comments. I have 3 colleagues as co-sponsors.
Can you add my name, please, too, Joe?
Councilmember Moreno as a co-sponsor. Anybody else?
Oh, throw me on there.
Palmer. All right. With that, Madam Clerk, I'll call for a vote, please.
Okay, so who's second?
Oh, you're right. I forgot. I got to move. I'm going to move for approval of this. May I have a second? Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Brissette. Madam Clerk, now I'll call for a vote.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yes, and I thought I was already on, so please add me as well. Thank you.
That's a full vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the resolution has been adopted.
Thanks so much to everybody for all your hard work. We appreciate it.
Thanks, colleagues. Appreciate
Take
it.
care. Bye-bye.
On that same page at the top, motion line over M21-121 has been deferred to May 20th. And at the bottom of the page, we have motion M21-155 by Councilmember Nguyen, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to remove the requirement for city planning review of a signage in corridor design overlay districts.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, this motion is to eliminate an unnecessary extra step that businesses must take for review of signage in corridor design overlay districts. The following are proposed, proposed deletion to Article 4 of the CZO. Currently, the signs in these corridors must pay a $225 fee and undergo review by CPC staff, even if they plainly meet the size requirements of the district. The sign design reviews add time and cost to the installation of business signs. So I ask for your support. I know that Stephen Crow with CPC is available. Stephen, do you want to add more to the motion?
I think you covered it. I would just say that the review that the City Planning Commission does is identical to the review that the Department of Safety and Permits does. So we're really not adding value, but what we are doing is we're adding cost and adding time to the developer. And so I think it's to our benefit as a staff, given our staffing limitations, and certainly a benefit to the development community to eliminate that duplicative review and center it in the Department of Safety and Permits, and that's what this legislation would do.
Any other question from my colleagues? Any public comment, Teresa?
No.
Okay, if there's no other question, I'd like to move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Moreno. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted. We're going to go back to page 18, the legislative grouping zoning docket number 2521, Couples Creative Opportunities LLC, requesting a zoning change from an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district to an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district on square 32, lots 1 and 2, and the 5th municipal district, bounded by Olivier Street, addresses 300 through 302 Olivier Street and 603 through 609 Pelican Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M21-150 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, approving a zoning change but modifying the City Planning Commission's recommendation, granting the zoning change to an HURM1 multifamily residential district.
Thank you so much, Ms. Laura. I move for modified approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Moreno. Mr. Kroll.
Thank you, Councilmember. As you know, this is a proposal to rezone a property at the corner of Pelican Avenue and Olivier Street in Algiers Point. The rezoning would change the property's zoning from the residential zoning that applies to most of Algiers Point to HUB1A commercial district, which is a type of commercial district that's intended for small non-residential structures located within residential neighborhoods. So the typical corner store is kind of the quintessential example of what this zoning is designed for. This particular structure dates from the middle of the 19th century and was used for several non-residential purposes in its long history. So that includes as a Masonic temple, dance hall, police station, tax assessor's office, and as a recorder's court. But it's been used as a multifamily residence since the 1950s and reads as a residential structure in its architecture. The applicant is seeking to reuse the fourplex as a principal bed and breakfast with 5 guest rooms, including 1 room for the operator. And that's something that's not allowed under the current zoning. And so the applicant has requested the zoning change to enable that use as a principal bed and breakfast. Along with that principal bed and breakfast use, this would entitle the developer or any future owner to use it as a coffee shop, restaurant, other sorts of small commercial uses that are allowed in the HUB 1A district. The staff recommended approval and the planning commission upheld that recommendation. There was some opposition expressed at the public hearing. Namely, that while the structure was originally non-residential, it has been residential in use for the last few decades. And so there's kind of longstanding residential history at this point. There was also a concern voiced about spot zoning. Concern voiced about the fact that a zoning change allows not just the single use intended by the developer, but other uses that are also allowed in that district, and concern about that commercial zoning being inappropriate for the mostly residential context. But the commission does recommend approval by a 5-2 vote.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephen. So this proposal was for a request for a zoning change from HURD2 to HUB1A to permit a principal bed and breakfast at the current location. While the neighborhood has been overwhelmingly positive in their support of the bed and breakfast, they did raise concerns, which I know all of my district colleagues hear on a regular basis, of the site being permanently switched to a commercial zoning. Because this zoning change runs with the land, it opens up more intensive commercial uses in the middle of a residential neighborhood should the applicant eventually sell the land. As a result, my office proposed a compromise for modified approval to HURM1, which would keep the residential designation for the property, yet still afford the owners the right to operate a principal bed and breakfast as a conditional use. I'm also introducing a motion to begin the conditional use process for a principal bed and breakfast and waiving the NPP and fee requirements. So there's no additional hardship on the owners of the property. I would like to thank all the applicants and the neighborhood association and the organization for all their work on this. With this compromise, I'm asking for your vote for a zoning designation change to HURM1, as well as a conditional use to permit a principal bed and breakfast. Are there any comments?
No.
Great. Do we have any public comment, Ms. Laura?
No.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Just so y'all know too, we did receive a letter from the applicants and the owners of the property in support of this change. So once again, we appreciate everybody working together on this project. It's very exciting. So with that, Ms. Laura, do you mind calling for a vote?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, we have motion 21-154 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a conditional use to permit a principal bed and breakfast in Square HURM1, multiple family residential district located on Square 32, Lot 1 and 2 in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Olivier Street, Pelican Avenue, Valette Street, and Aleek Street. Municipal addresses 300 to 302 Olivier Street and 603 to 609 Pelican Avenue.
Thank you so much. I move for approval.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Moreno. So this is just the companion piece to start that conditional use process immediately, so there are no delay. So may I please have a vote, Ms. Laura?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted. We're now going to go to page 27. Number 28, we have Resolution R 21-166 by Council Members Glapion, Moreno, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, Brissette, and Nguyen, requesting the Louisiana Department of Health and New Orleans Health Department make provisions to study and address the disparate health impacts among Black and minority communities consistent with the Centers for Disease Control guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, this is a resolution following the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's declaration of racism as a serious threat to public health. And I'm especially proud to sponsor this legislation. According to the CDC, racism, both structural and interpersonal, are fundamental causes of health inequities, health disparities, and disease. Our resolution cites to local and national research showing just how harmful discrimination has been to the lives of minorities, and purposes that we develop a concrete plan of action similar to those commitments made by the CDC. Though it's no secret that there is still widespread inequity along racial and economic lines in several sectors, the latest research and statements of intent from the National Centers for Disease Control are significant, considering the watershed moment our nation is in. If we truly want to create routes to prosperity for all New Orleanians, we must address the health barriers on a parallel path with all other issues. We've witnessed the deaths of over 500,000 Americans and tens of thousands of Louisianans, to the historic COVID-19 pandemic with Black and Indigenous and people of color representing the lion's share of those deaths. Sadly, the conditions that continue to contribute to those jarring numbers have plagued our country for centuries and permeate the lives of the historically disadvantaged. COVID-19 pulled back the lid on that inequity and showed us a nation that our Black and brown populations face an uphill battle to have basic needs met that many of us take for granted. But prior to the pandemic, people of color were already suffering critical gaps in service in many of those areas we see as fundamental needs. Before we act on this resolution, we would like to hear from some local experts on the issue. We have the good fortune to have some of the brightest minds on our side working to engage and educate our communities and begin to mitigate negative effects and address root causes. We've invited today 2 local experts to join us to speak about what the CDC declaration means for New Orleans and what steps we are taking as a result. We're joined today by our own Dr. Tori Harris, Lead Health and Equity Strategist from the New Orleans Health Department, and Dr. Maurice Scholas, representing Empower NOLA. Good morning, and thanks to you both for joining us for this important conversation. I'll turn the floor over now to Dr. Harris first, and then follow with Dr. Scholas.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Is someone going to share my slides, or do I need to share that on my own?
We're sharing them for you, Doc.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to go quickly through the first set of slides just because they are pictures and I know your time is limited. Thank you for having me and providing me this floor. My presentation, I'll start off with a story. And this story will link the historical inequities within our own city as a persistent example of systemic racism. Myself, I am a native of New Orleans. My family is from the 7th Ward of New Orleans as well. And so the story that I'm going to tell you is not only one of systemic racism in the history of New Orleans, but also my own personal family history as well. You can proceed to the next slide. This is, of course, Claiborne Avenue prior to 1956. This is what it looked like, oak line trees. We've been hearing a lot about Claiborne Avenue in the media recently, given the president's American Rescue Plan to invest infrastructure, and we'll actually be here today to see our city. You can advance to the next slide. Also, my family lived on Claiborne Avenue and celebrated Mardi Gras on Claiborne Avenue at my great aunt's house. So she was invested in this community as well as my family. It was the first and largest Black main street in the country with over 143 Black owned businesses as well. You can advance to the next slide. 3 things happened to North Claiborne Avenue in recent history since 1956. The Industrial Canal was built through federal legislation, the erection of the Claiborne Expressway, and then we all know as recent as the last 15 years, Hurricane Katrina. They're all connected because of federal policy. The Industrial Canal did erode some of the land in the lower 9th Ward, which allows for flooding. So every time it rains, it literally pours in this community. You can advance to the next slide. But we also know that the Claiborne Corridor, as it is now known since about 2012, when the city did submit an application for federal funding to evaluate knocking down the bridge. That name, Claiborne Corridor, did not come from the residents. It actually came from the local government, which is why I've put neighborhoods of North Claiborne Avenue or Claiborne Corridor. However, the residents have agreed to call it that. But we know that there have been systemic issues or policies that have led to inequities in this community long before the building of the Claiborne Expressway. Since the founding of New Orleans, there have been unequal distribution of resources and investment with the institution of the Black Codes or the Code Noir. And then even during Reconstruction, when the Louisiana Constitutional Convention eliminated the rights of Black people and allowed for a long era of Jim Crow policies, which institutionalized white supremacy and Black inferiority. You can go on to the next. So these policies in Jim Crow policies have lasted up until 1972, technically, but even if we look as recent as 2018, a Jim Crow law still existed in Louisiana Constitution around unanimous juries. And that legislation was proposed during Jim Crow early 1900s to resolve or dissolve racial empathy towards arrestees of color. So we are still in a period of having to dismantle Jim Crow laws in our current history. You can proceed. So systemic racism is persistent in our communities today, which is why we're here to discuss it through this resolution. Centers for Disease Control recently declared racism a public health crisis. And not only is racism a public health crisis systemically, but also interpersonally. And it influences the social determinants of health and how we set up our systems to support our communities. You can advance. And this, the Claiborne Corridor is not the only example of systemic racism in New Orleans. There are many others within Black neighborhoods across the city. This is how the neighborhood looks now with the erection of the Claiborne Expressway. You can move forward. The community felt that their voice was not heard. I found this quote from the Times-Picayune in 2009, Armand Charbonnet saying, "The neighborhoods were angry, they had no say." And ignoring community voice also translates to lacking value for the bodies that live in those communities. What happens with racism is it does impact the body, embodiment of racialized trauma, and the mind and mental health, limiting a person's ability and power to make decisions about their health. You can advance to the next slide. And this is what it looks like now. We all know what Claiborne Avenue looks like today. Proceed. So how has that translated to health? Black people in New Orleans experience health disparities on every chronic disease measure that we measure. In hypertension, low birth weight, infant mortality, asthma, diabetes. And this is from the New Orleans Data Center report from the Tricentennial Celebration in 2017. You can go to the next slide. And those health inequities, you can proceed to the next. It just means that there is a disparity between two races, groups, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, and even geographic location. You can proceed. What that amounted to also was the Claiborne Corridor Health Impact Assessment, which showed at that time in 2017, a 25-year life expectancy difference between the residents of the Claiborne corridor and Lakeview. If you go to the next slide, you can see an actual depiction of what that looked like. This was as recent as 2017. There have been some updates to that, which I will show. But if you look at the bottom right of the screen, you'll see the 7th Ward was 66 years old, in the Iberville Treme, 55 years old. And if you look at the top of the screen, 80 years old was the life expectancy of the residents there. You can proceed. Since then, there have been some improvements. However, there is still a disparity. This slide is from the Placing Prosperity Index from the data center that looks at life expectancy. The average life expectancy in New Orleans is 76 years old. Nationwide, it's 78 years old. In the Desire area, life expectancy is on average 62 to 65 years old. And in the 7th Ward, also only about 70 years old. So there is still a disparity of life expectancy, and we can trace that back to a historical analysis of our policies in this city and state. The next slide will show you that the more Black a community is, the less educated the residents are, the less income that they make, and also the least likely are they to survive past 65, 70 years old. So the blue dots at the bottom of the screen indicate predominantly Black neighborhoods. Their life expectancy is as low as 62 years old. As you see, move over to the right, the red dots represent more white neighborhoods in New Orleans, and they're expected to live even upwards at an extreme, almost 90 years old. You can go to the next slide. So in order to transform our systems, we must dismantle the policies that have caused harm to the health of the Black populations and all minorities of color, people of color in our city. If we can support the social determinants of health through policy, through community, we can have healthy environments and have healthy people in our city. Next slide, please. So what do we need to do? This is the first step, this resolution, declaring racism a public health crisis and dismantling those policies and systems of oppression. We also need to fund public health. If the COVID pandemic taught us nothing, is that we need to remain vigilant and prepared for the next thing that comes our way. But public health is chronically underfunded nationwide and unable to address the entire population on the funds that we do have. We also need to invest in community health workers, as well as infrastructure and making that equitable with our communities. Truth healing and racial transformation is needed, where community is at the table from the beginning of all decision-making processes and planning. So we show that communities that we serve or work with are valued. We also need evolutionary leaders who are transformative in the way that they make decisions, that are not afraid to push back against racism when they are confronted with it. And that means that they are doing their own self-reflection about their issues and biases and challenges with race and racism, because we are all affected, not just people of color. And you can advance to the next slide. And I think that might be it, but no, we need to think more upstream, not at individual accountability. In the city of New Orleans during the pandemic, African Americans or Black people were the most compliant with mask wearing. So it's not about individual accountability. However, they suffered at least 73% of the deaths of COVID. So that is, but we only make up 60% of the New Orleans population. So we need to think more upstream about the policies that we're putting in place that influence education, housing, and public safety as well. Next slide. And that's it. I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure I'm at 10 minutes or more. These are just my references. The next few slides are just my thanks for the contributions to supporting me and being able to give this presentation. And I also want to thank you, Councilmember Glapion, for even putting forth this resolution. I think it is a historic step for our city in the move forward to eliminate systemic racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris, for joining us. The data is most certainly alarming, but we want to thank you for your expertise in helping us better identify the impacts of these disparities, and certainly for helping us to actively move toward equity for everyone. So we appreciate your contribution and your service in the health department, and thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Scholas. Are you ready? You're on mute, Dr. Scholas.
Thank you very much. If we were playing Zoom bingo, that would be a free chip or a segment for somebody. Speaking on mute and having to be reminded, if you could go on and share my slides. Thank you and good afternoon. I'm coming to you from clinic. And as you all know, I take care of children. So if there's some hollering in the background, no child is being harmed. They're just vigorously doing therapy. I represent Empower NOLA today, which is a group of Black health professionals that are working very hard with our culture barriers of the city to create trauma-informed spaces for children that are suffering here. So today I want to talk about racism from the standpoint of as a practicing physician, but also as a community health advocate. If you could go on and share my slides, that would be awesome. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Next slide, please. We've known that health is not just simply the absence of sickness from the beginning. The city has declared racism a public health emergency, but the National Medical Association, whose president Leon McDougall is here, has acknowledged there's still so much we need to do. Preeminent medical and public health groups have finally acknowledged what we've already always known, that racism, not race, affects health outcomes and wellness. So I think that's really important to remember, that racism, not race, affects health outcomes. Next slide. What does that mean? That American Public Health Association is talking about structural racism as a public health crisis? Well, social determinants of health are where conditions where people are born, where they grow, where they live, where they work, and where they age, and the health systems around them really speak to how well they have access to health systems, how well they have access to money, and more importantly, how well they have access to power in these global networks to determine their health. Next slide. So as a result, everyone's familiar with the purple sprocket in this clock that talks about personal factors. Now, take this sec is that the clock is moving forward as we work on racial and cultural disparities. And there's some things that are pushing the clock in the red direction, counterclockwise, backwards, resisting that. And Robin DiAngelo reminds us that we consider a challenge to our racial worldview as a challenge to our very identities as good and moral people. But I want to move past that. So the purple sprocket here really represents the personal issues that we can talk about, that everybody can wrap their minds around. What the council is talking about today when they talk about institutionalized and systemic factors are the gray and the blue sprockets. And I think that's where policy can have the most impact. Next slide. So what can we do? We can focus on action, not just agreement in principle through policy. At the top right-hand corner of this slide is what it looks like to take a trip from New Orleans East, Councilmember Nguyen's district, to Children's Hospital of New Orleans on public transportation. You can see it requires multiple buses, some walking, and an hour and 33 minutes. So I want you to think about this when we talk about systemic racism. It wasn't an accident that the hospital for children ended up near the zoo in one of the most affluent neighborhoods of our city. They provide great services to lots of children, but if you don't happen to live in a place where you can get to Children's Hospital of New Orleans easily and quickly, then you're going to have a difficulty. And that means you're going to go to the hospital when you can't help it. That means you're going to go to the hospital when you have more advanced disease. And that means you're going to have a more difficult time managing the disease process. So really, when we're talking about this, it really talks to the arc of how people make decisions about health. So number two thing on this list, what we can do is we can gather data and we can ask the question, why? Number three, we need to insist that our institutions of higher education have classes and providers that represent the diversity of our community. It doesn't make any sense that we have a city that's over 60% Black. We're led by a Black woman as mayor. We have historic institutions like Xavier, SUNO, and Dillard putting out Black health professionals at unprecedented amounts, yet the leadership and professional staff of our healthcare systems do not reflect the diversity of our citizenry. We already know that patients respond to doctors, nurses, and health professionals they can identify with and connect with. Just today, before I got on this call, I had a 10-year-old patient that's on the autistic spectrum that has a disability, but he bonded with me because we both love HBCU marching bands. So in addition to me providing care for him, I showed him a video of my alma mater, Southern University, playing under the bridge. They were blowing out Talladega at the time. And that made that child, who is typically not very verbal and typically doesn't like or interact with doctors, come to see me every time he's in this building, whether he has an appointment with me or not. Black doctors matter, Black nurses matter, Black health professionals matter. And that's a part of what we're talking about, eliminating these institutional and structural barriers for racism. So I commend the City Council for thinking about this as policy, but I encourage them to say, what are the institutes and institutions that codify this bias in our system, and how do we attack that and demand better? Finally, I want to encourage the City Council to review plans for new and plans for expansion of existing health systems with an eye towards access to public transportation and proximity to marginalized populations. That makes a difference. Next slide. And as I look at my watch and realize that time is of the essence and time is power, I want to thank everyone that's made my presentation possible. Thank you, Councilmember Glapion, for inviting me, as well as for staff, my team in Empower NOLA. A warm welcome and shout out to my home council member, Councilmember Palmer. And thank you to all my friends that are listening to the sound of my voice today and taking up the mantle to say that you should not die because you live in the wrong zip code. You should not die because you're poor, and you should not die because you're Black. Thank you for your time, City Council members, and thank you for your interest in this subject.
Thank you, Dr. Scholas, for joining us and for imparting that wisdom with us as well. Thank you both so much for joining us today, for your service to the community, and for bringing the expertise that you bring on these very poignant subjects. So thank you for joining us today. I'm gonna ask my colleagues if anyone has any comments or would like to share. Councilmember Palmer, please.
First, thank you so much, Councilmember Glapion. I just really want to thank you so much for bringing this to the council. It's something very near and dear to all of our hearts. And Dr. Harris, I was just so excited to see your presentation and that you utilizing Claiborne Corridor as an example of health and environmental racism. And you know, there's a reason it was built there, and there's a reason like we have those health outcomes. And those parallels are so great. And I just really want to thank you for that. It kind of drives the point home. I've been a supporter for many, many years on studying that structure and how to take it down. So I can't thank you enough. I also want to say, you know, when we talk about also what's lacking in neighborhoods, when we talk about health and structural racism in terms of our environment and the lack of trees, and my council's sick of hearing me talk about it, but you also look at and compare those health outcomes as well into our communities of color. And there really are reasons why our communities look the way they do, and have not had those benefits. And Dr. Scholas, my dear friend, thank you for then also bringing up again, structural racism when we talk about transportation and, you know, how people get from point A to point B. You know, Councilmember Nguyen and myself are consistently fighting on Algiers and New Orleans East being so segregated from the rest of the city with less transportation options. And often we don't look at it and link it to health outcomes. Again, I just want to thank you all so much. And Councilmember Glapion, it was very, very important that you brought this to us and increasing this dialogue and as much health policy as we can do to advocate and to assist. I just really want to thank you, and my voice is there for y'all.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. I appreciate it. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Glapion. And listen, thank you so much for bringing this to the council as well. And just to add on to Councilmember Palmer, Dr. Harris, Dr. Scholas, thank you so much for the information. I am not in the medical field in any way. I hate giving needles, so kudos to you guys and everything. But thank you for your service and commitment to our community for the past years. I think COVID-19 made a lot of things very obvious as it relates to health disparity, you know, and I represent a district that clearly shows their disparity and inequity in that And your information really helps guide the work that we do. For me, particularly in reference to what services and what we need to do. I definitely want to extend an open working relationship with both of you to continue to school me, educate me, and provide guidance, as I am very committed. And I want to make sure that we do work really hard to dispel or replace or remove disparity for all of our community, no matter for our family, no matter which neighborhood they come from. We got to make this right. And I need your partnership on this. So thank you so much for really providing a very extensive education today for me and for my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Council President?
Thank you, Council Vice President Glapion. Thank you to Dr. Scholas and Dr. Harris for really tremendous presentations. And Councilmember Nguyen, you already just said it perfectly, but you know, Dr. Harris, when I was looking at your presentation, I think it's really strong that you pointed out Claiborne, considering that the President of the United States has just landed in Lake Charles and will be making his way to New Orleans later this afternoon, because of course he has even mentioned the troublesome nature of Claiborne, and with the infrastructure dollars that are finally going to be available for this nation, the possibility now finally arises to correct that. The other thing too, Dr. Harris and Dr. Scholas, if you could, through Councilmember Glapion, if you could circulate those presentations to the rest of the council members, that would be great, because I would actually like to use them to further additional policy. So let's continue this conversation and really hone in on some of the specific issues, particularly when it comes to the health disparities. I think that there are some very positive things that we can do on the local level because of the strength of our health department. Ordinarily, when we take a look at some of these health matters, you know, some parishes say, well, that's not our thing. That's the state's thing. They have the state health department. But we are very fortunate here that we have the only accredited health department in the state of Louisiana that actually gives it a lot of power and credibility and the ability to get some major things done. So let's continue the work. And thank you so much for both of you being with us today.
Thank you, Madam President. Are there any other comments from colleagues? Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I appreciate you highlighting this. The truth of the matter is that COVID did not create the disparities. It just shined a spotlight on it. And at the end of the day, I think that all of the efforts that we can do to be intentional to bring about an end to the disparities will benefit all the communities and not just certain segments of it, because we're all besieged with the problems that are coming from having a disenfranchised segment of the community. So if we level the scale across the board, I think it makes it better for everyone. So I am grateful that you brought this. Please list me as I'm already a co-author, and happy to support this. And this is the kind of information that I think people that live it every day are very aware of. People that don't live it every day may not necessarily be aware. So I think the more that we can do to let people know just how serious and how deep this situation is, I think the better. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Brissett, did I see you raise your hand?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Glapion, and thank you for bringing this resolution and turning a focus to continuing having that conversation about health disparities. We saw a lot throughout this pandemic, how it has affected African-American communities and underlying conditions. And the more we talk and come together and engage on all levels, state, federal, and locally, we could work towards the goal of enhancing access and detection. So I too am appreciative for you bringing in a resolution, and thank you for Dr. Harris and Dr. Scholas for your presentation, and look forward to receiving the slides as well as we move forward with policy here at the council. I received a text message earlier at WWL saying, it's exciting to hear the topics that the council is working on today. including this. And I know Councilmember Moreno with fentanyl strips and what we just did with the West End redevelopment. So thank you again, Councilmember Glapion.
Thank you, Councilmember Brissette. Again, Dr. Harris, Dr. Scholas, thank you both for coming today and sharing your expertise with us. We certainly appreciate it, and we look forward to receiving both of your decks so we can share that with all of the council members. And we appreciate you for coming by today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for
Are there
having me.
You're welcome. Thank you both. Is there any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then colleagues, I just want to thank you again for supporting this resolution. These are the first steps of what we hope will become a collective initiative to reset this narrative. So I move for adoption.
Second.
Thank you, Madam
Councilmember,
Clerk. Mhm.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the resolution has been adopted. Council members, we're now going to go to page 24. We're going to take up number 22. Ordinance calendar number 33,305 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 102-115 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide for an exception to the article allowing for the sale and possession of fentanyl test strips and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. So very sadly, I'll say that unfortunately in the state of Louisiana, we have seen a 54% increase from the previous year on drug overdoses in the state. We have the worst overdose rate in the country, the state of Louisiana does. It's thought that a big reason for that is because of fentanyl that ends up in certain drugs, whether it's cocaine or whether it's some type of opioid like heroin. And so I didn't realize this until I was at a neighborhood meeting over in St. Roch, where I met a couple of advocates there who had told me about fentanyl strips. They're just these little strips that you can test a substance to see if it contains fentanyl. And obviously, this would make all the sense in the world to provide these strips as a type of harm reduction supply. And I learned with these advocates that actually fentanyl strips are illegal in the city of New Orleans because they are considered drug paraphernalia. So after I'd met with them, I got with our terrific health director, Dr. Jennifer Avegno, whose team was already looking into this. And we realized that we could put an exemption into the code through an ordinance to make fentanyl strips now available so that the city could purchase them and provide them to different nonprofits, advocacy groups, clinics like Crescent Care, so that these fentanyl strips could be provided as a harm reduction tool. So what this ordinance does, it provides that exception, which is actually the last page of the ordinance, if anyone is looking at it. And this would once again be very beneficial to help save lives. At the end of the day, that's what this is about. It's about saving lives, and studies have shown that individuals who use these test strips and see that there is fentanyl in the substance they are considering taking, that actually their action changes. And so once again, I think that this is very beneficial, and I really appreciate the advocates who I met out in St. Roch. I don't want to call you out, but I appreciate you bringing this to my attention and working with me in my office on this along with the health department. So I know that we do have public comment. If anyone else on the dais wants to say anything, I'll open up the floor. But if not, Teresa, I believe we do have public comment on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Teresa, how many public comments do we have?
We have 50.
We have 50? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
If all of them seem to be on the same side, pro or con? Like if do they primarily seem to be pro?
They all seem to be primarily in support, but honestly, I haven't gotten through all 50 yet.
Gotcha. Well, let's do 20 minutes of the in support, and then if someone else on staff can see if there's any in opposition, we can handle the opposition as well after that.
Okay.
Okay.
The first comment is from Melissa Bugraha. Please pass this so we can impact the death and near OD incidents, which has worsened so dramatically since COVID. Every life matters as opiates do not discriminate. Matthew Marino. Please allow for the legalization of fentanyl test strips. It is important for the safety and well-being of many of our citizens. Tiana Smith. I am checking box 22 in reference to legalizing the OTC drug strips. I did not realize it was not legal. A loved one of mine, a New Orleans native, now in Washington, tragically lost his 16-year-old daughter to a black market Percocet laced with fentanyl. Education and availability of test strips has the potential to save lives, along with the Narcan distribution. Michael Newer, please approve this. Francis Curry, please vote to make fentanyl test strips legal. It is a matter of public health and will help preserve the safety and well-being of the citizens of New Orleans. Lindsay Chesler, fentanyl test strips are crucial in saving lives. Michelle Lopez, fentanyl test strips are life-saving tools and should not be considered drug use paraphernalia. As a co-founder of Tristero and someone who has worked in harm reduction field for 15 years, Tristero has distributed thousands of fentanyl test strips in our participant base, and we have documented over 750 overdose reversals in the last year. Narcan and fentanyl test strips are tools used to save lives, the end. Furthermore, there is now federal harm reduction funding for fentanyl test strips, which New Orleanians won't have access to if fentanyl test strips are still regarded as drug paraphernalia. Decriminalize fentanyl test strips. Our community safety depends on it. Alex Jason. I am fully in support of decriminalizing fentanyl test strips. Allowing people to test their drugs has been proven to reduce fatal overdoses. Recently, Orleans Parish has seen an uptick in fentanyl-contaminated opioids, making the availability of accessible drug testing supplies more essential than ever. I urge City Council to pass this ordinance. It is truly a matter of life or death. Patricia Brown, please legalize fentanyl test strips. Elizabeth Lodi, hello, I am writing to ask that the council vote yes on this important life-saving measure. I urge you to legalize fentanyl test strips. This will give folks legal access to an essential tool for avoiding opioid fentanyl overdose. Every human life is worth saving. Denying access to fentanyl test strips is inhumane. Thank you. Sarah Ottinger, this will literally save lives. Please vote to legalize fentanyl strips. Foster Noon, I am in full support of the ordinance to decriminalize fentanyl test strips. Access to fentanyl test strips is supported by the CDC as a proven method to decrease opiate overdoses. Allowing individuals and organizations to buy and distribute test strips will save so many lives. Other benefits include lessening the burden of opioid overdoses on New Orleans EMS and local hospitals, better community data on the presence of fentanyl, and less criminalization of people who use drugs. Decriminalization of test strips does not make people more likely to use drugs. It makes people already using drugs less likely to die. Is there anything more powerful, more beautiful, more important than helping the people we love stay alive? Other cities and states across the country, DC, Maryland, Rhode Island, North Carolina, have already decriminalized FTS, and each region saw a marked drop in opioid overdose deaths after passing that legislation. Passing this ordinance is a simple and nationally supported public health measure that the city of New Orleans can take to keep our city safe. Teresa Close, please vote yes to allow the legalization of fentanyl testing strips. Fentanyl test strips will save lives, and every life is worth saving. Making fentanyl test illegal is inhumane. Genevieve Reams, this will save valuable lives. Ray Reguria, please legalize fentanyl test strips. This will give folks access to an essential tool for avoiding opioid fentanyl overdose. Every human life is worth saving. Denying access is inhumane. Christopher Stella, I am writing today in support of calendar number 33305, specifically the portion of the text decriminalizing the possession of fentanyl test strips. The opioid epidemic has caused the United States far too much tangible human misery in the form of overdose deaths. The epidemic is growing more dire every single day, with fentanyl being a cheap and widely available presence for some time now. But there are many pragmatic solutions to at least attempt to mitigate the ever-growing number of opioid deaths, which one incredibly easy way being fentanyl testing strips. Testing for purity of the substance one intends to use, at least intuitively, wouldn't lead to greater use, but would preserve human life. Given fentanyl's reputation for potency among individuals who use intravenous substances, the likelihood of greater caution when using would increase. Further, there have been cases of individuals in New Orleans being sold fentanyl marketed as cocaine, two drastically different drugs. If an individual with no tolerance or expectation of receiving a powerful opioid receives the substance, the results can be, and often are, tragic and fatal. To compare, though perhaps imperfectly, what fentanyl test strips are, if a diabetic doesn't understand what they're eating and fails to test their blood sugar, horrible medical results can occur. Yes, sometimes it is dietary choice and acquired habits that lead individuals to becoming diabetic and struggling with their sugar intake. We don't criminalize blood sugar readers, but rather we offer medical help through emergency and preventative medicines. Here, the same approach is absolutely necessary. If we view fentanyl test strips as a field testing yielding the, quote, nutritional information, unquote, on the back of food products, perhaps our citizens with opioid use disorder, or even those who have use other substances recreationally, could better make decisions. Further, in dollars and cents, overdoses are expensive and pull emergency medical resources from other spots.
That is 2 minutes.
Thank you. Claudia Baker, please adopt this. It'll save lives. William Murray, please consider the legalization of fentanyl strips. The people fighting on the front lines of this say it will save lives. Dr. Med Marino, please support making fentanyl test strips legal in New Orleans. Fentanyl test strips are an important tool that prevent deaths among people suffering from life-threatening drug addictions. Please consider supporting making this life-saving intervention legal. Thank you for your consideration. Susan Cole, please vote in favor of legalization of fentanyl test strips. Mira Brown, the change would allow legal access to an essential tool to prevent opioid fentanyl addiction. Pamela Ferguson, please legalize fentanyl test strips, which will help avoid opium fentanyl overdoses in our city. Edward Carlson, drug checking technologies such as fentanyl test strips prevent fatal overdoses caused by the adulteration of drugs. Fentanyl test strips are currently classified as illegal drug paraphernalia. However, exempting fentanyl test strips from the definition of drug paraphernalia is a proactive intervention that could prevent fentanyl-related overdose and save lives. Legalizing use of fentanyl test strips may help inform people who use drugs about their risk of fentanyl exposure prior to consumption and can be utilized as a harm reduction tool. As CEO of Odyssey House, Louisiana, one of the largest substance use disorder treatment providers in New Orleans, I support Councilmember Moreno's ordinance to amend and reordain Section 102.115 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide an exception to the article allowing for the sale and possession of fentanyl test strips. Daisy Dodge, please legalize life-saving fentanyl test strips. This will give New Orleanians legal access to an essential tool for avoiding opioid fentanyl overdose. Every human life is worth saving. Marcia Clogger, I am writing to ask you to please pass this ordinance that would decriminalize fentanyl testing strips. People who use drugs deserve the assurance of knowing that the drugs they are using are safe. This measure would prevent deaths in New Orleans. It's as simple as that. It creates a safer city and it protects New Orleanians who use drugs. Next, decriminalize the drugs themselves. James Gill, I support decriminalizing fentanyl test strips as drug paraphernalia. Celeste Gilbert, please allow for testing kits for fentanyl, etc. to be legal. You will save lives. Narquise Barak, as a public health researcher and anthropologist who has studied people who inject drugs since 2009 in the New Orleans area, I'm writing in support of decriminalizing the possession of fentanyl testing strips. Allowing people who inject drugs to possess these strips will help save lives. It is a crucial harm reduction tool for people to be able to make informed decisions about their drug use and to save their own and their families' lives. Furthermore, by enabling PWID to prevent using fentanyl, we will also prevent other morbidities and risks associated with fentanyl use, such as transmission of HIV, HCV, overdosing, etc. Conchita Micheli. Decriminalizing fentanyl test strips can save tax dollars and hospital staff time with giving better choices to those who choose to use substances by lessening possible overdose and deaths. Harm reduction practices are crucial to those in need. Randall Long. Testing strips for fentanyl can save lives. Elizabeth Gelvin. Legalizing fentanyl test strips will help prevent overdose and provide for people the tools they deserve to make safer, healthier decisions. Maria Muriel. Decriminalization of fentanyl test strips will directly save lives, and we need it. Charlie Bornstein-Boré. My son died of an accidental opioid overdose. Please legalize fentanyl test strips. This will give folks legal access to an essential tool for avoiding opioid fentanyl overdoses. Every human life is worth saving. Denying legal access to fentanyl test strips will mean that amazing, kind, creative people like my only child will continue to die needlessly. Brenda Laura. This will give people legal access to an essential tool to stop overdoses and death. Mary Beth Campbell. Fentanyl test strips are an essential tool in preventing overdoses and overdose deaths. Full stop. As a public health professional, I understand the need for this intervention. As a harm reductionist, I have seen firsthand just how important this really is. Fentanyl test strips are legal in other cities, and New Orleans should take heed and follow suit. Providing people with the tools to know what is their drugs does not encourage drug use, but it does empower people to take care of their health, and it saves lives. And Naha Nariana. It's extremely important that we legalize the use of fentanyl test strips. The reality is that this is a public health measure. These strips help us prevent death in our communities, and we should be thinking of ways to keep our communities safe that don't rely on criminalizing life-saving tools for people who use drugs. The reality is people use drugs, whether or not fentanyl test strips are criminalized. If we know that they are using drugs, then it is our responsibility to them as neighbors to make sure that they are using them as safely as they can. Neil Kale. Legalize test strips. If you care about helping people improve instead of punishing them for seeking help, then the answer is simple. Abigail Cahill. Good morning, and thank you to Councilmember Moreno for introducing this legislation. I believe this measure is sorely needed in our city, and I am in full support of legalizing fentanyl testing strips. As a medical student, we talk about harm reduction frequently in healthcare, but harm reduction isn't simply something that applies to drug use. We all seek to manage harms in our lives, whether it be by taking cars in for maintenance to mitigate the dangers of driving, or having smoke detectors in our house to mitigate the risk of fire when cooking. We encourage cancer screenings and disease testings to limit one's risk of mortality, and the same right to risk management should be extended to people using drugs. Fentanyl testing is an incredibly easy, low-cost way to save countless lives. It is simply an information gathering measure that allows people to ascertain levels of risk. Much like laws requiring seatbelts as a safety precaution don't directly incentivize reckless driving, access to testing does not incentivize drug use, but rather ensures the safety of the community at large. We shouldn't limit people's right to information as they try to protect themselves. Doing so increases overdose incidences and death. As both a healthcare provider and a member of the community, I strongly ask that you vote to adopt this measure. Thank you. Beck Levy. Glad to hear this passed unanimously out of committee. It was very strange to see a city council member use the phrase, quote, harm reduction as a term created by and for people who use drugs working at the front line of the drug war to save each other's lives. And not necessarily strange in a good look how far we came way. Though it is good to see government catch up to life-saving practices previously criminalized, it is always too little, too late. Your action on this evinces a wish to be congratulated, but no, you will never just be praised, not by me at least. I remain furious in my grief over friends who've died premature, preventable deaths. I remain seething with resentment that my still living friends pool our meager resources to supply unhoused people who use drugs with what they need not to die, only to have the pigs steal their safe injection kits and fentanyl testing strips in their genocidal sweeps. In the last few months, we've seen the DA's office establish a policy for declining to prosecute any drug possession charges. Oh, except fentanyl and heroin. Have y'all said anything about that deadly exclusion? Does decriminalizing fentanyl test strips but remaining silent on the targeted criminalization in fact help justify that criminalization? Because hey, now you can test for fent, so no excuse. You're charged? Prove me wrong. All I want is to be wrong, but I watch you use who use drugs as a boogeyman when you want to expand NOPD powers to enter privately owned blighted lots, which of course means they need more, quote, resources, AKA funding, AKA the things we do not want. The thing that kills us and we can't save ourselves by testing for is with a strip. And I really just do not believe that you care at all about the survival of people who use opioids because drugs aren't named in that ordinance. Because if you're so worried about outdoor drug use, you could fund
that is 2 minutes.
Thank you. Stephen Melendez. Throwing someone in jail for possessing rapid fentanyl test strips is absurd and barbaric. So one could argue this proposed ordinance is a naive step in the right direction. Naive because it's 2021, and we all know that if this ordinance passes, police will happily take a narrow view of, quote, rapid fentanyl testing strips, end quote. They'll arrest someone because their fentanyl test strips aren't rapid enough, or because their rapid test strips also test for carfentanil or heroin or codeine or methamphetamines or lactose, or because their rapid fentanyl strips do things beyond testing, like helping measure their drugs to a reasonable dose, or because the rapid fentanyl test tool doesn't come in strip form. Maybe it's not NOPD this minute, but maybe it's NOPD tomorrow, or the state police today, or the Delgado police on Tuesday, or the Levee police when they can't find a barbecue to crash off Toussaint Boulevard. New Orleans drug paraphernalia ordinance needs to be repealed in its entirety. It bans the possessions of bowls, blenders, spoons, and envelopes. Items decades of etiquette books have said it's crucial to have on hand if the powers that be determines they're going to be used with the wrong ingredients. Lactose is banned if it's, quote, intended for use or designed for in cutting controlled substances, end quote. But obviously A-OK for wine and cheese events designed for cutting checks. Drugs people use to try to replace other drugs they see as more harmful, methadone, Suboxone, etc., are still subject to arrest. Instead of carving out particular ill-defined tools for harm reduction, just pass an ordinance ordering NOPD to stop arresting people for drugs and the things people use to take them, and then publish the names and badge numbers of cops who violate that simple rule. Arvind and Amali. People do drugs. People will always do drugs. That's just a fact of life. You cannot stop people from doing drugs. They'll do drugs whether or not there are safety measures available to them. Refusing drug users access to testing methods only ensures more people will die of drug overdose when these deaths can otherwise easily be prevented. That is the only thing these strips will prevent. Nobody buys test strips before buying drugs. Test strips do not promote drug use. Refusing access to these life-saving treatments is the city basically saying those who choose to do drugs deserve death as a punishment. It is immoral and it needs to change. Drug users have made some bad choices. Help them make better ones moving forward. Lauren Wynn. As a medical student and co-founder of Two Lane Street Health Response, I have seen how significant the passion for harm reduction and reducing overdose deaths is in the New Orleans medical community and beyond. Doctors, graduate and undergraduate students, public defenders, social workers, and community-based organizations work tirelessly every day to keep people who do use drugs safe from infection and or death. Punishing those who use fentanyl test strips sends the message that we would rather you play it risky. We would rather you not take the necessary precautions to stay safe. It's like banning condoms and instead telling people they can't have sex. Harm reduction practices are not only promoted by NIH, CDC, and AMA, but are becoming increasingly better established in medical education everywhere, including in the city. I urge you to change our policies to reflect the evidence-based practices that have been so widely accepted as methods to save lives. Tara Travis. She is noting that she is a paid representative. Fentanyl test strips save lives. It's simple. Harm reduction works in reducing overdose deaths and the spread of infectious disease. There's tons of data from around the world to prove that, and I encourage and challenge you to spend 20 minutes Googling it. Treating people who use drugs with dignity and respect, giving them the tools they need to take care of themselves, is a more effective solution to the so-called opioid crisis than criminalizing drugs and then the people that use them. So much more work needs to be done. And there are multiple groups doing that work on their own time for you in this city and around the state. You should be working with those groups and listening to those people who have been doing this work for years about how we can curb preventable death in this city. What you should not be doing is taking harm reduction supplies from houseless people in police sweeps. What you should not be doing is criminalizing drugs and scapegoating people who use drugs for the widespread structural issues of our city. We need to lead with compassion, understanding, and humanity, and the data shows that. Decriminalizing fentanyl strips is just the first small step in the right direction. Please trust the people that they know what they're talking about on this, the science, and your constituents who will know what they need. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno, we are at 20 minutes. The remaining comments are all in support of the legislation.
Okay, gotcha. Well, if there are none in opposition, just because of the length of our agenda, that'll be good for the public comment. And of course, all public comments that have been submitted are part of the record, and the council members have received those electronically. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate that. If there are no other comments coming from the dais, then I will make a motion to adopt. If I can get a second, please.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Oh, and by the way, Madam Clerk, I know that some of the members from the Community Development Committee wanted to add their names, Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Palmer, and Councilmember Nguyen. If you could add them. Thank you, ma'am. So it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay, in a softer voice.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance has been adopted. At the top of the page, ordinance calendar 33,304 has been deferred to May 20th and referred to the Transportation Committee. We're now going to go to page 27. At the bottom of the page, Resolution R21-167 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution condemning SB 156, HB 542, SB 104, and HB 575, which prohibit transgender women from participating in sports at the K through 12 and university levels, and restricts healthcare access for transgender youth, such as gender confirming treatments and counseling, as these bills are inhumane, discriminatory, and ignore best practices for medical care and unnecessarily single out already marginalized groups, erroneously providing state government backing of discriminatory practices and the promotion of a maltreatment of the LBGT plus population.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Actually, I'm going to talk about two resolutions that I have back to back, this one and the one right afterward in my opening comments here. Unfortunately, we as a city council are once again standing up against racist and discriminatory actions coming from the legislature. The first resolution I'll talk about is the one that the clerk just read into the record. And this is a resolution condemning several pieces of legislation that are really, they're just incredibly harmful to our transgender community, and particularly transgender youth. Bills of this nature are inhumane, discriminatory, and ignore best practices for medical care. Laws that would restrict access to medical care for transgender people or student athletics unnecessarily single out already marginalized groups and erroneously put the authority of our state's government behind discrimination and promote maltreatment of a targeted LGBTQ population. I was asked by the Forum for Equality to bring this particular resolution. Let me also speak about the resolution that I'll have right after this. We as all 7 members of the City Council have co-authored this resolution, and it condemns a member of the New Orleans legislative delegation, Representative Ray Garofalo, for his reprehensible comments suggesting that there is some good in slavery, and also the content of his legislation, House Bill 564, which would ban training and instruction about systemic racism. This resolution shows also strong support for the request of the Legislative Black Caucus to have Representative Garofalo removed as chair of the Education Committee. I feel it is so critical that we as a council speak out against the actions that I've mentioned, because we must show that while other parts of the state may be spewing hate, we in the city of New Orleans are about respect and acceptance of all people. You know, I've been told, you know, maybe not to bring these resolutions because it could cause some trouble for us up in Baton Rouge. But I have to tell you, you know, this isn't about causing any type of trouble at the Capitol. This is about really just speaking out for people who live in our city, for people who are visiting in our city, and for businesses who are looking at doing business in our city. I think it's just always really important to speak out against any type of racist or misogynistic or discriminatory practices that occur, because we in the city of New Orleans, we are not that type of city, and we are not those type of people. And so I just think it's always so important that while other parts of the state may be acting or being some kind of way, we in New Orleans remain this little city, this little place where everyone is welcome, where everyone is accepted, and where everyone is respected. And I will always raise my voice to when I see anyone being marginalized or discriminated against, because it's not only the right thing to do, but that's just as human beings what we should be doing. So that's my comments for really both of them, even though we're just considering this first resolution initially. Does anyone else from the dais want to make any comments? Councilmember Palmer?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Moreno, and I also want to thank Forum for Equality for doing this. You know, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I also think it's reflective of who we are as a people, right? We're an incredibly diverse city, and that's why we all live here. And in fact, it's also what sets us off and apart from a lot of different other areas of not just the state, but the country. And so a lot of times when we do these resolutions, in this city and what this council is. And so that is why we do it. I've actually agree with you. I've received some pushback from other parts of the region when we did the Formosa Plan resolution. And, you know, we know a lot of that was based in environmental racism, and we learned about the importance of that in our own backyard today when we talk about health disparities based in race. And so, again, there are issues that, yes, I know people might be uncomfortable if New Orleans is weighing into it, but this is who we are. And we have not weighed in as much as we should, I think, as an entire state. And it's time that we do on many levels. And I will say too, what it also does is in the case of the Formosa resolution, we had other councils from other jurisdictions around the state asking us for the same thing. And I think that also helps set a tone in other parts of the state. So I just want to thank you, Councilmember, and I'm in support of both.
Thanks, Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember Banks, please comment.
Thank you, Madam President. I am conceptually in favor of both, with no disrespect to anyone on this body. I know more about discrimination, racial discrimination, than many of the people here. I have to live with it every day. So the fact of the matter is, this is real to me. Now, the premise of this, I 1000% agree with. My concern, though, is that we are in a very, very tentative position as it relates to the Louisiana State Legislature. There are bills and laws that are pending that could affect us drastically. I am very concerned that issues that we take up here may justify or give them the false justification to be able to jack us up on other issues that are important to us. We've got legislation up there pending that I would hope that we would not give them an excuse to be able to vote against New Orleans. Now, the premise of these, no one can argue that. There ain't no good in slavery, period. There was none. The fact that discrimination, whether it be for race, sex, orientation, age, handicap, all of that is vehemently wrong and should never be tolerated. There's no qualifying that. But I'm not sure that these resolutions are the best way for us to relay that when the Louisiana legislature truly doesn't care what we say. Now, we can pass this and it will be a wonderful feel-good thing for us, but then what is the implication when it gets to them? Does it give them the justification that they need to be able to hurt us with the legislation that we desperately need? That Sewage and Water Board money has not yet been approved. We still got this taxing thing out there hanging. We've got issues up there that are going to affect us for the long term. And I don't want anybody to get this twisted. I will gladly sponsor, march, do whatever you need me to do as it relates to being anti-discrimination for LGBTQ, for black and white, for age, or handicap, pick one. I am there, but I'm not sure that this is the best way for us to handle this. And that is solidified by the fact that we're getting calls from the people who are our lobbyists in Baton Rouge asking us, please do not proceed with this. So I don't want to have a press release to say that we did something, and then on the backside, we end up hurting ourselves with stuff that we desperately need. So with all due respect to my colleagues, I'm not sure that we ought to be proceeding with this like this. And everybody got to do what they think is best. And I want no one to misconstrue what I'm saying. On the concept, I am 10,000% in support of it. I'm going to repeat it. Racial discrimination affects me more than it affects a whole lot of people who sit here with me, period. So with that, conceptually, I am there. But I'm not sure that we're going to win anything by going down this road. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. And, you know, point well taken. And it's kind of like, I look back when Mayor Cantrell, she had local legislation and ordinance that would prohibit smoking at the Harrah's Casino. And I remember at that time, I mean, that was a big deal up in the Capitol. We were all in session because the casino industry thought, well, now Harrah's is going to miss out on some revenue coming out of New Orleans. Like, that's a big deal. Therefore, less revenue would come into the state. And it became a big deal. And I remember we had a delegation meeting, and back then Councilmember Cantrell was there, you know, and there were some requests that maybe she not move forward with the smoking ban at casinos. But, you know, obviously her feeling, and I remember her very vividly and strongly, you know, saying that, you know, she needed to do this because it was for the people of New Orleans and for the health and welfare of the people of New Orleans. And so I'll just say this, I get it that these resolutions are probably not going to change the mind of anyone in Baton Rouge. And, you know, I think that they're not just mad about the resolutions, they're mad about us speaking out in any way. And making these threats of making life a little bit harder are ways to work to silence us. And what we're stating here is we are really stating that we are behind individuals who feel marginalized, individuals who are discriminated against, that we've got their backs here in New Orleans. And I think that's a really important statement. And as someone who was in the legislature, I know Councilmember Brasset served about as long as I did, or maybe a little bit longer, that it's rough up there at the Capitol. There's always a lot of different threats and you know, one person mad at another or whatever. But, you know, I also don't think that we should just sit back and just be silent on really important things or not pass our own instruments and do our job for the people of this city and for who we want to attract into our city just because we get threatened up in Baton Rouge. And I think that that's the job that we have. Anyone else want to make any comments? Councilmember Nguyen.
Yeah, you want to follow? Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Moreno. Of course, I received phone calls too from our New Orleans delegation, and I guess listening to you, listening to Christian and Jay, there's a lot of work that we're trying to do for the city of New Orleans. I'm wondering, Councilmember Moreno, if there's another way that we can address, because I, again, like Jay, don't tolerate racism. There was no good thing, and as I mentioned to him this morning, there was never any good thing about slavery. I've been a big supporter of our LGBTQ community, and so I'm 100% in support of the resolution. I'm wondering if there's another way that we can tackle this and still be a voice for the people here. But I'm reminded all the time that we need to work in collaboration with our state leaders as well. And that's where I'm trying to find the medium way of how do we continue a very healthy relationship with our state leaders. We have leaders up there that are advocating for the city of New Orleans, and again, these resolutions are very important for the people here in the city of New Orleans. Again, just trying to kind of pick and maybe hear from our colleagues in reference to what other ways that we can do this, or maybe when we can do this. So that is my thought in it, and I'll continue to listen to everybody.
Councilmember Banks.
Madam President, and again, I want to be clear that I agree that taking a very strong public position ought to be something that we should do. And we can do that. And I think we can do that in a different manner than having it worded the way that these two resolutions are worded. The fact is that I don't think anybody here supports the idea of racial discrimination, of discrimination against transgender individuals, against LGBTQ, against any of those segments of our community that have been disparaged against. I think that we can make that very strong statement, but I think there may be a very different way to do it, and we can come up with a resolution of wording that is not or cannot be used to justify busting upside the head with the stuff that we got to do. Now, you served in the legislature, I haven't. So the fact is that you've seen it close up, I've seen it from a distance, that New Orleans is not the Louisiana legislature's favorite topic to deal with. And there's a 9 times out of 10 chance if something can come off the rails from Baton Rouge, it might. So with that, I'm really not in favor of trying to give them any more justification than they've already had to try to not do what New Orleans desperately needs done. So if there's any way that we can reword this to make it less, to make it just as effective, to make our positions against discrimination on all of those fronts, to make it clear that none of us feel like slavery was a good thing. I am 10,000% in favor of that and will gladly help to draft it. I'm just asking that we adhere to the advice that we're getting from the people who are walking those halls, saying that this is not necessarily the best thing that we should be doing at this minute. Now, I get it, that the threats happen and they may end up screwing us anyway. But at the end of the day, we certainly ought to not be giving them the tools necessary to do that. And if we're going to be intentional, we ought to be intentional every meeting in making a position against that. I was very excited just now with the presentation from the Council Vice President that talked about addressing the disparities. Those are the kinds of things that will emphasize the fact that we are real and we are intentional about trying to level the scale, and we do not support those kinds of policies and positions that hurt segments of the community. That was great, but I think we need to be looking at doing this one somewhere in a different way. Not that, again, I don't want nobody to misconstrue this. Conceptually, I am there. Procedurally, though, I think we need to find another way.
Gotcha. Anyone else? Any comments? Yeah, well, Councilmember Brossette, and just real quick, Councilmember Brossette, I'll just say this, that look, right now they're opposed to the resolution. Tomorrow it's going to be they're opposed to us saying anything. I mean, they were already opposed to the whole letter that we sent last week already. So, I mean, it's just opposition against speaking out against anything. It's about it being silenced. Councilmember Brossette.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. And, as I stated this morning on the radio, I think it's, imperative as it relates to the transgender issue. We're talking about that sports and sports teams, they provide a tremendous opportunity for our young people, our young children to learn. These many young people, they have suffered a great deal emotionally, mentally, and physically. And I just want to say, I think they should be treated with utmost respect, care, dignity, and that, our children learn important life skills through sports and life skills amongst their peers through matriculations through their teenage years and so forth. And the transgender youth deserve the same opportunity as everyone. And so that's why I am, supportive of the resolution. And, we need to spread equality around more and more. And if we did with this country, it'll be a better place. So thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? Any comments?
Can I just jump back in? So Helena, would you be open to revising the resolution as Jay offered?
On the transgender resolution, what would you like to?
Jay, do you want to jump back on?
If we could, give me a minute to work through the wording. If we can defer this just momentarily for me to come up with some new language. The fact is that it doesn't need to be 5 pages. It can simply say that the New Orleans City Council vehemently opposes discrimination against transgender individuals, and you covered it. That does it.
Well, I can tell you that resolution alone would also be problematic. It's about sending any type of resolution or speaking in any way in opposition to bills that are happening right now in the legislature. That is the problem. It was Formosa first. The big issue was Formosa. Lots of hoopla about Formosa and why we sent Formosa up there, and that was a huge problem. And then, and now it's about, speaking out about other issues. So it's any type of resolution. We would still, and look, if you read through this, all that Sadie in my office did here was just really put in the legislation, pieces of the legislation, what each one of them does, and then talk about just what studies show regarding the harm of not providing medical care for transgender people or prohibiting them from participating in student athletics. So it just provides some history and data for anyone who's actually interested in this topic to be able to learn more about and explain our opposition instead of just saying we stand with transgender people.
And with all due respect, Council President, the resolution condemning Louisiana bills can easily be reworded to say that this council condemns all discrimination against individuals. So at the end of the day, condemning them, I think, based on the information that we have gotten from the people that we have hired to handle our business in the Louisiana legislature, is not the smartest path to take. Now, you've got me in a very difficult position because I will never argue against anything that promotes discrimination, promotes the opposing of discrimination. I will never argue against that on premise. What I'm saying is that the premise of this, I have no problem with. What I'm saying is that I have a problem with the way that this one is being executed. And you put them in a position where that I've got to argue not against the premise, but against the process. And I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if you're willing to yield it so that we can help rewrite it. It's your legislation, so you'll have to make the call. But you've got me in a real bad position here because fundamentally, I'm relying on the experts that we have in Baton Rouge that are saying that this is not something that we should be proceeding with because we've got other issues that affect this city that would be in jeopardy. Now, again, I haven't been in the legislature. You have. Maybe you don't think that those folks know what they're talking about. I don't know. I've not been there. But the experts are telling us that we should stand down on this, and that's what I'm listening to. Joe is a lawyer. When you hire a lawyer, you take advice from your lawyer. We hired lobbyists. We hired people who be on the ground. The administration has staff people up there. They're all calling us saying, guys, this ain't a smart move. And we're going to insist to move with it after we're getting advice against it. Now, I want to keep saying this. The principle of this, I 100% support. Discrimination against transgender individuals, LGBTQ people, old, young, black, white, handicapped, it is wrong. I vehemently agree with that and will gladly participate in whatever we do to make that known. But at this point, this one, we're being told this ain't a smart move for us to be taken because of all the other stuff that we have. So with that, look, I'm gonna shut up. I've said it. I mean, I think I've made it clear. I hope I've made it clear. And everybody has to do what they think's necessary to do. Thank you.
Gotcha. Councilmember Nguyen, I think you came off mute.
Yeah, same thing with Jay, you know, I'm with you on this. Procedurally, I just want to ask, and if you would consider maybe polling off and revising this resolution, so in that way we can also get a win for the city of New Orleans, as well as supporting our leaders and our groups that are in Baton Rouge fighting for resources for our community as well.
Gotcha. Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no other comments. Are there any comments, Teresa?
Just to make sure, because we were jumping between two, we are on the transgender
You're on
resolution,
transgender.
correct?
That's
yes,
correct.
ma'am. We do have a comment. The comment is from Justin Schmidt, excuse me. Dear council members, at the risk of being branded a transphobe, which I am not, I write to oppose resolution number R21-167 only to the extent that it endorses competition of transgender athletes against cisgender athletes in high school athletic events. I write as a father of 3 daughters, 19, 17, and 15, all of whom have competed in LHSAA varsity athletics in multiple sports as early as the 7th grade. The notion of substantial physical differences between biological men and biological women is obvious to most. There is also no denying the fact that males and females have unchangeable and distinct physical and psychological characteristics. One such distinction is the structure of their skeletal systems. While it is commonly known that women generally have larger pelvic regions for birthing, and men generally have more pronounced shapes in their jawline, the jawline of their skull, the differences go deeper than that. Sexual differences in bone structure emerge during adolescence. The development of one's skeletal system is influenced primarily by the increase of hormones and, to a lesser extent, by nutritional intake. For males, the increase of testosterone and IGF-1, insulin growth factor, cause rapid muscle mass and strength growth. For women, increased levels of estrogen provide bone minerals and a higher increase in bone mass in relation to muscle mass. Sexual differences only become more apparent after puberty as periosteal growth, which enlarges the diameter of bones, slows for females but drastically increases for males. And although males generally reach puberty 2 years later than females, they usually have longer legs and ultimately longer bodies because of their epithelial, I don't know if that word, fusion occurs later, which causes their peak growth velocity to continue longer than that of females. This phenomenon is displayed by the development
That
of
is 2 minutes.
Thank you. That's the only comment.
All right, thank you so much, Teresa. Appreciate it. So, I've been thinking through this, and I think whatever resolution that we send, whether it lists out specific bills or it doesn't, has the same impact. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward for adoption. If I can get a second. Go ahead.
Madam President, can I make a motion that we defer this until next meeting so we can have some time to work through this?
Not on this one. Are you? Yeah. Well, I've already moved and it's been seconded.
Councilmember, technically, I believe a motion to defer, if seconded, has to be taken prior to the vote on the substance.
Thank
so
you,
I don't know
I
if Council,
appreciate it.
sorry.
Councilmember Banks, you have the floor with your motion to defer.
Colleagues, I would ask that we defer this based on the advice that we've received from our folks in the legislative delegation, and that we try to come up with wording that will not hinder their efforts in trying to deliver other legislation for us. So I would ask that we defer this for 2 weeks to work on some new language that delivers the exact same message, but with different language.
Absolutely. And I'm embarrassed to do this. I just got word from the folks in law. My apologies, Councilmember Moreno was correct. Unfortunately, because Councilmember Moreno did get a second, that we have to vote on that. My apologies, Councilmember Banks.
Okay.
Thanks, Adam. It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen.
This is, I normally just vote, but this is one that I have to vote no. I just believe, again, that we need to have more time to work on a resolution that could be a win for the city and for the state. So I'm gonna vote nay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion.
Can you hear me?
No, ma'am. What did you say?
I said nay.
Okay. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Nay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 4 yeas, 3 nays, and the resolution is adopted.
Okay, now moving on to, which I just spoke about. I don't think it's got a number, Madam Clerk.
Yes, it's resolution 21-170.
Gotcha.
Okay, wait, just give me a minute. All right, so we have resolution R 21-170 by council members Moreno, Glapion, Jeruso, Banks, Gissison Palmer, Brissette, and Nguyen. A resolution condemning both the content and objective of Representative Garofalo Jr.'s HB, excuse me, HB 564 and his subsequent comments made during the House Committee on Education hearing and supporting the Louisiana Legislative Black Caucus, who called for Representative Raymond E. Garofalo Jr. to be removed as chair of the Louisiana House Committee on Education. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
So moved.
Second, we need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Brissette.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks. We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the rules have been suspended to receive this. Now y'all need to discuss it and vote on it.
Got it. Well, we pretty much discussed it already, made some comments earlier when I introduced both of the resolutions. So I'll make a motion to adopt if there are no public comments.
I'm so sorry, Councilmember, I had to step away from my desk. What number are we on?
We're on 170, Teresa, the resolution under suspension.
There are no comments on this item.
Okay, so who's gonna who's gonna second it?
I've made a motion. If I can get a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Palmer.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and resolution R-21-170 has been adopted. We're now gonna go to page 19. We're on the regular order of the agenda. All matters. The subdivision appeal for 617 Elysian Fields Avenue has been deferred to May 20th. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,147 has been deferred to June the 6th. On top of page 20, ordinance calendar number 33,233 has been withdrawn. So ordered. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,246 has been deferred to June the 3rd. On top of page 21, ordinance calendar number 33,247 has been deferred to June the 3rd. At the bottom of the page, is Councilmember Banks back yet? Or do we need to come back to his matter?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Okay. We're on page 21. I hadn't read it into the record yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. Forgive me, colleagues. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance calendar number 33,294 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on and over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 611 Commerce Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Folks, this is for a new construction of a 6-story hotel building on a vacant lot in the CBD. All reviews have taken place, all the permits have been secured, and CBD, HDLC, all that stuff is all in order. So with that, I would appreciate you all joining me in supporting this. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Glapion? Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer? Councilmember Palmer?
Yay.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
Councilmember Glapion? We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance has been adopted. We're now on top of page 22. We have ordinance calendar number 33,295 by Councilmember Banks by request. We have an ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to lease to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on and or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 622 Canal Street, to fix the minimum price and terms of said lease agreement, to declare that such use is granted in the lease agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said lease agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
This one is similar to the other one and easy peasy, so I'll move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. This is for an awning on the PJs on Canal, which is actually now a Cafe Beignet. It has all the approvals from HDLC and safety and permits, and I would ask you all to join me in approving this. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,296 has been deferred to May 20th. On top of page 23, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,297 has been deferred to May 20th. Ordinance calendar number 33,302 has been deferred to May 20th. On page 25. Wait, let me see something. Okay, we're on page 25. We have old business with a possible reconsideration, a legislative grouping. We have a demolition request of Roy Farris Jr. requesting a demolition permit for the following properties: 2129 through 2131 Fort Street. We have motion M21-140 by Councilmember Banks approving the demolition request for the property located at 2129 through 2131 Fort Street. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to, because this matter was withdrawn and we've placed it back on the agenda for any action to take place, the rules need to be suspended.
Okay, gotcha. I'll move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Banks.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Yay, she's right behind me.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the rules are suspended for reconsideration. I'm going to do the second reconsideration of motion M21-141 by Councilmember Banks, denying the demolition request for the property located at 2129 through 2131 Fort Street. And we need to reconsider this one because this one was adopted. So I need a vote for that.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The vote to suspend to reconsider has taken place. So now, Councilmember Banks, you discuss it or do whatever you like, and you vote on which one you want to go forward, and we'll withdraw the one that's not going forward.
Okay, I'd like to make the motion that we, so we've already, we have already reconsidered, or tell me exactly where we are, because this is confusing, and I apologize, guys. Let me give you the background in this to start. This demolition, we initially denied because we were trying to work through another path to help the gentleman to rehabilitate the house. However, his particular financing and some other issues make that timeline not workable. We were trying to fix the problem, not trying to create multiple others. If you see pictures of the house, it is in not the best of shape, putting it nicely. So, but we were trying to get it so that it could be renovated, but that's not going to work. So we need to have the demolition approved. So at this point, Madam Clerk, are we voting for the reconsideration to rescind the other one, or are we voting on approving to allow him for the demolition?
We're gonna vote to approve motion M21-140, because that's the one you want to go for.
Okay, so with that, I'll move to approve M21-140. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, colleagues. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gisselson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and motion M21-140 has been adopted. And now we'll move to withdraw motion M21-141.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Second.
No, that's
For a second.
good.
I'm going to put Council Vice President Glapion in the chair.
Okay. Councilmember Glapion. We are now moving to page 27. At the top, we have resolution R21-165 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer, supporting the passage of proposed HB 351 filed by Louisiana State Representative Vincent Pierre and Matthew Willard, calling for Allen Toussaint Southern Nights to be an official state cultural song of Louisiana.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Glapion. So I've not had any calls or comments from anybody throughout the state against this resolution, just for full disclosure. And I think a lot of that's because Allen Toussaint's known for bringing people together and his love of life and trying to find ways to unite us through music. So council members, this is actually, we have seen this resolution as an opportunity to focus on something that's very unifying while highlighting the incredible work of our own Allen Toussaint. As many of you know, the official state song of Louisiana is You Are My Sunshine, which is a home in many houses, a staple in the homes of many houses across the state. And it does, however, feel that we need to highlight only multiple aspects of our incredibly diverse cultural community, which is why I'm offering this resolution in support of Matthew's House Bill 351, which basically calls for making Allen Toussaint Southern Nights another official state cultural song of Louisiana. I see that Councilmember Brossette's come online. I know you want to make a few comments. Councilmember Brossette?
Thank you. Amongst all the issues we've taken up today, and I did say this on WWL radio this morning, and that, you know, a class act, native born New Orleanian, you know, nobody else, you know, I can think of in the music industry represents the state and who've attracted more people from all over the world and all over the country than Mr. Toussaint. And so gladly support this. They even played some of the song on when we came back from commercial. I ask you add me as a co-author, please, and I'll second it when it time's appropriate.
Absolutely. Please add Councilmember Brossette. And so I just also want to reiterate what Councilmember Brossette said. You know, Mr. Toussaint had a long storied career writing, producing, performing music, serving as a wonderful ambassador of New Orleans, and both regarding our sound on the national and on the international stage. And we really believe that this is just another edition. And I do want to add, it was really sweet. Sadie on the floor, who works for Councilman Moreno, actually said it best when she said, our state deserves a mixtape rather than a single song. And I think that's absolutely true. So with that, are there any other comments? All right, let's bring this to a vote.
No, we have five speakers.
Oh, yeah. Let's have some public comments.
The first one is from Reed.
None, please, Teresa?
I'm sorry, say that again, ma'am?
Could you potentially sing the public comments for us?
You do not want me to sing. Reed Wick. I am in favor of the City Council's support of Louisiana Representative Vincent Pierre's House Bill 251, which would designate Allen Toussaint's song Southern Nights as an official state song. Mr. Toussaint wrote that song as he experienced the atmosphere in the South Louisiana countryside and perfectly captured its sentiment in its music composition. Therefore, I feel strongly that it should share the designation as an official state song. Thank you. Ashley Keaton. The late and great Alan Toussaint was a world-class, globally influential, locally celebrated, and Grammy Award-winning composer and artist. Among many other hit-popping lyrics and melodies included in his vast repertoire, Mr. Toussaint wrote and recorded a glorious depiction of New Orleans and Louisiana heritage within a song entitled Southern Nights, which is celebrated locally and across the world as a beautiful representation of our roots and cultures woven through the tapestry of his prose. Because Southern Nights is written by a beloved and native son of New Orleans, I support adopting the music as another official state song. Joel Silly. I'm writing to support the motion to adopt Southern Nights as the state song. That's a great idea. Murph Reeves. Alan Toussaint's career in music is part of the spirit and soul of a creative, beautiful, and loving New Orleans. Southern Night encapsulates the power and magic of community, family, music, and the earth we walk upon. Adding Southern Nights is adding a statement of inclusion, love, grace to the lapel of Louisiana. And the last comment is Michael Longfield, Absolutely yes to Southern Nights. It is an evening on the porch in Louisiana. Those are all of the comments.
And what great comments they are. This is a great way of ending a council meeting. So with that, can we please have a vote?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the resolution has been adopted. We have motion M21-169 by Council Members Moreno and Brissette. A motion to amend the council's rules to establish meeting and public comment procedures during the remainder of the COVID-19 pandemic. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Yes, colleagues, this is the motion regarding the temporary procedures, rules for the return to the council chamber for our next meeting. It's been moved and seconded.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and it has been added. Now we need to have the final vote, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and motion has been adopted. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the rules are suspended.
Hello, council members. Ordinance is on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 33,306, by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of repairing and reconstructing the municipal yacht harbor in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,307 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate state grant funds awarded by the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement to the New Orleans Police Department's Crime Lab to purchase protective preventative supplies for the Crime Lab personnel, which will protect them while working on crime scenes and with regards to COVID-19 pandemic environments, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,308 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate state grant funds awarded by the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement to the New Orleans Police Department's Crime Lab to purchase protective preventative supplies for the Crime Lab personnel, which will protect them while working on crime scenes and with regards to COVID-19 pandemic environments, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,309 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate state grant funds awarded by the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement to the New Orleans Police Department to utilize officer overtime to assist police when conducting increased sex offender compliance checks and track the number of domestic violence follow-up investigations and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,310 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate state grant funds awarded by the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement to the New Orleans Police Department to utilize officer overtime to assist police with conducting increased sex offender compliance checks and track the number of domestic violence follow-up investigation and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,311 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate the balance of FY 2018 Family Recovery Collaborative Grant Funds awarded from the Department of Justice to the Department of Health to assist mothers in New Orleans area with opioid addiction and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,312 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 20,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate the balance of FY 2018 Family Recovery Collaborative Grant Funds awarded by the Federal Department of Justice to the New Orleans Department of Health to assist mothers in New Orleans area with opioid addiction and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,313 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate American Rescue Act grant funds awarded by the Federal Department of Health and Human Services to the New Orleans Department of Health to promote, distribute, administer, and track COVID-19 vaccines. These funds will assist with planning, preparing, and executing other vaccines-related activities necessary to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,314 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate American Rescue Act grant funds awarded by the Federal Government of Health and Human Services to the New Orleans Department of Health to administer and track COVID-19 vaccines. These funds will assist with planning, preparing, and executing other vaccine-related activities necessary to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,315 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate state grant funds to the Office of Homeland Security from the FY 2020 State Homeland Security Program for training and equipment for public safety personnel in relation to disasters and emergencies, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,316 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate state grant funds to the Office of Homeland Security from the FY 2020 State Homeland Security Program for training and equipment for public safety personnel in relation to disasters and emergencies, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,317 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to transfer from the Economic Development Fund to the Mayor's Office of Economic Development to support the city's economic development initiatives and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,318 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to transfer funds from the Economic Development Fund to the Mayor's Office of Economic Development to support the city's economic development initiatives and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,319 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 28,549 MCS, entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2021 to effect the following change to the 2021 capital budget to appropriate funds to the Department of Public Works and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,320 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on over portions of public right of way located at the municipal address 4200 Burgundy Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right of way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,321 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right of way located at the municipal address 2730 through 34 St. Claude Avenue, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right of way, to set forth the reason for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,322 by Councilmember Banks. An ordinance to grant an amendment to ordinance number 20,902 MCS, zoning docket 5702, and ordinance number 24,295 MCS, zoning docket 10410, for a conditional use to permit the expansion of an existing educational facility in a historic urban two-family residential district and in historic urban two-family residential district on lot 16A on square 203, lots 13, 14, 15, and 1-A on square 178, lot Y-2 on squares 178 and 171, lots A, point B or BB or an undesignated lot CDA 11 or an undesignated lot in X-2 on square 171, and the former Chestnut Street right-of-way between squares 171 and 178 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Jackson Avenue, Britannia Street, Josephine Street, Chestnut Street, St. Andrew Street, and Camp Street. Municipal addresses 1207, 1227 through 1329, and 1401 through 1425 Jackson Avenue, 2112 and 2119 through 2125 Coliseum Street, 1200 through 1326, and 1227 through 1233 Josephine Street, and 2117 through 2129 Camp Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket number 921. Ordinance calendar number 33,323 by Councilmember Banks. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 20 and 26 of ordinance number 4264 MCS, amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended. The comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans relative to the virtual sales of vehicles to amend use standards section 20.3.MM5 motor vehicle service and repair minor to create a definition of virtual motor vehicle sales and to amend other relevant definitions. The tax amendment will apply citywide and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1121. Ordinance calendar number 33,324 by Councilmember Banks. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 7, 10, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, and 26 of ordinance number 4264 MCS, amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended. The comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend the definition of winery and the addition of such to use tables and use standards in appropriate districts. This text amendment will impact all zoning districts that permit microbreweries, micro distilleries, breweries, and distilleries either by right or through conditional use, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1621. Ordinance calendar number 33,325 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 27,034 MCS to delete and replace section 2 of the ordinance to restructure the minimum annual rent due the city of New Orleans pursuant to the lease agreement dated November 2nd, 2016 with EMDRC Partners LLC, leasing for the property known as the Naval Support Activity East Bank, the NSA-EB or the lease premises located at 4400 Dauphine Street and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,326 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor on behalf of the city of New Orleans as a local redevelopment authority to enter into an amendment to the lease agreement dated November 2nd, 2016, the lease with EMDRC Partners LLC, the leasing for the property known as the Naval Support Activity East Bank, the NSA-EB, or the lease premises. Located at 4400 Dauphine Street, it is authorized by ordinance number 27,034 MCS, adopted on August 25th, 2016, to modify the terms of sections 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 20, and 25 of the lease. To modify the development schedule and plans, the public amenities and incentives involved, the use of the lease premises, the rent, the terms of feasibility period, the available funding, and the insurance requirements, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,327 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city and Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, JPSO, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of participating in the Criminal Intelligence Center operated by JPSO in Jefferson Parish as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That completes all the ordinances on first reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Glapion,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We are officially adjourned.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
day,
Have a good
everybody.
one.
Happy
Thank
Mother's
you.
Day.
Everybody wear a mask. Happy Mother's Day. Get your vaccine. And don't forget, we're not out of this COVID yet. Please get your shots and wear a mask.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
Thank you.